our eternal journey, our mark on the sands of time. From the flicker of firelight to the hum of machines, from survival to creation, we have shaped the world and been shaped by it. Today, we explore the metamorphosis of labor. In the beginning, labor was survival, a spark of fire, a sharpened tool, and the courage to hunt and gather. Together, we braved the wild, crafting the first symbols of human effort. Labor was raw, instinctive, and vital. But survival was not enough. We planted seeds, domesticated animals, and settled in fertile lands. With hands that sowed and harvested, we built the roots of civilization. Labor became a cycle, a rhythm of life tied to the earth. As our knowledge grew, so did our ambition. We carved stone into monuments and molded clay into history. From pyramids to temples, labor became a testament to power, art, and the eternal desire to leave a legacy. Blacksmiths forged iron, merchants bartered goods, and guilds nurtured mastery. The hands of the worker shaped the tools, and the tools shaped the world. Then came the age of steam and steel. Labor moved to the roar of machines and the rhythm of assembly lines. Factories rose, city expanded, and the power of invention drove humanity forward. The Industrial Revolution forever changed the way we worked. But as the machines grew louder, so did the voices of the workers. Through struggle and solidarity, labor found its strength. The sparks of resistance ignited change, bringing dignity, fairness, and rights to the heart of human effort. As the 20th century unfolded, labor entered the digital age. Circuits replaced gears, and computers became tools of creation. Across oceans and borders, labor connected, enabling a new era of collaboration and innovation. The 21st century brought a partnership between humans and machines. Robots assisted, AI learned, and automation accelerated. Labor evolved into progress, where creativity and technology worked hand in hand. Today, labor is as fluid as the web that connects us. Freelancers, creators, and innovators define their own paths. Work is no longer confined. It is shared, personal, and free. And as we look to tomorrow, labor becomes aspiration. In augmented realities and sustainable industries, we reach for balance. A world where work uplifts, inspires, and protects, and everyone is taken to his full potential. From embers to stars, from tools to triumphs, the story of labor is the story of humanity. Across time and borders, through challenges and breakthroughs, we innovate, we create, and we persevere. At the Global Labor Market Conference together, we will shape a brighter future. Unity is right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, special guests, colleagues, friends, a very, very good morning to you. Bonjour. If you're watching from wherever in the world you may be, I don't know if it's morning, afternoon, or evening, but to you as well, a very, very warm welcome here to Riyadh. Before we go any further, I have a few questions that I would like to ask you as an audience after you watch that video. I don't know about you, but sometimes when technology is advancing a little bit faster than I'm able to keep up with, I feel a little bit like that caveman that we saw. Okay, kind of looked like a caveman. Who else kind of feels a little bit like that? I'd like to just see a few hands in the room. Is that all? Literally everybody else knows what's going on with tech? I'm really impressed. Okay, one thing that I'd also like to get a sense of from you is when things are changing, Labour obviously has a strong voice, but there is also a desire to protest and to make sure that that voice is heard, as we saw those protesters there. Next question, who in the audience sometimes has felt like that in your working career? I certainly feel that way, especially because often I'm working for myself and I don't know who to protest to. But anyway, the last question that I would like to get a sense from you about has to do with the replacement of Labour by technology. Who feels like that is a real concern? Hands? I love this audience because you guys are so in control of everything. You know all about technology. You're not worried about your job being replaced by AI, and you don't feel a need to protest. I think that's incredible. That is in this room. However, I think for many people in the world, that is not necessarily the case. I think we can recognize that we live in an era where there is technological disruption, there are geopolitical shifts on the daily, so we feel a little bit uncertain about that. And we cannot deny that when it comes to the labor market, we are in a moment of transformation. And people feel a little bit concerned about transformation. They may even think that the system is broken. I don't think it's broken. I think it's about transformation. And transformation means that we have to think more boldly. We have to think about how do we identify and find those solutions. And it means that we have to be daring to challenge our traditional assumptions. Yes, the labor market is indeed very complex, as you can tell. And the solutions are equally going to have to be complex. But what's exciting is that we have the opportunity to try to identify some of those, either by sharing our knowledge or by learning from others. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to this, the second edition of the Global Labor Market Conference. My name is Dumi Makabo, and I suppose essentially I'm going to be the worker in this journey over the next 2 days. But you all are aware that we would not be gathered here without the patronage of the custodian of the two holy mosques. So, here on his behalf, to give you a welcome, please give a very, very warm welcome to the stage to His Excellency, Engineer Ahmad bin Suleiman Al-Rachi, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, on behalf of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, I'm honored to welcome you to the second edition of the Global Labor Market Conference, GLMC. Since the establishment a year ago, the GLMC has become a leading platform for shaping the future of labor market, made possible by your valuable contributions and participation worldwide. Today in Riyadh, we gather with a distinguished group of participants from over 100 countries, government leaders, experts, innovators, and policymakers. We are all united in our efforts to discuss current challenges and draw a roadmap for the future of labor market globally. Dear attendees, this global gathering is vital due to the major transformations shaping and being shared by labor market worldwide. Our world is witnessing rapid technological advancement, fundamental demographic changes, and emerging issues such as climate adaptation. These developments require us to take proactive and bold steps to prepare us for the future. The GLMC is a crucial hub for collaboration and global think tank supporting labor market research and studies. Saudi Arabia is proud to host this conference in Riyadh as part of its continuous efforts to play an active role in global change. Together, we will contribute to a vital global platform for dialogue working to achieve positive transformation in labor markets. In its first edition, the conference addressed several crucial topics, such as the impact of digital technologies on job and on wages, productivity in labor markets, and the role of mobile workforce in supporting economic growth. This year, however, we will continue our journey and joint efforts to delve deeper into the contemporary challenges facing labor markets and explore ways to address them. Our vision remains clear and our goal steadfast to work together to build flexible and inclusive labor markets that can adapt to future challenges and changes efficiently and effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, at the global level, we face growing challenges. Around 67 million young people are unemployed, and nearly 20% of young people aged 15 to 24 are neither employed nor engaged in education, institution, or training programs. Additionally, nearly 40% of employers struggle to fill vacancies due to the mismatch between workforce skills and labor market demands, with youth unemployment exceeding 30% in some regions in the world. Recent data from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, indicated that the average youth unemployment rate reached as high as 11.3% in the third quarter of 2024, rising to more than 20% in some member countries. These figures highlight the urgent need to develop comprehensive strategies to address these common challenges effectively. Importantly, these challenges affect not only the emerging economies, but also advanced economies around the world. We are committed to addressing these issues both within our own country and in partnership with the international community. We aim to work together to harness our vast and shared experiences and expertise to tackle global challenges, transforming them into opportunities. Ultimately, we can all work together to ensure the prosperity of our economies, communities, and workforces. Ladies and gentlemen, on a global scale, we are witnessing the emergence of various models that contribute to the positive transformation of labor markets. These models are varied in providing practical solutions that meet the requirements of the contemporary labor market. For instance, some countries have developed training programs based on essential skills that align with the future needs of the labor markets. One prominent example of this is Germany's dual vocational training program, which stands out as a model for integration theoretical education in classrooms with hand-on practical experience. This program has significantly contributed to reducing youth unemployment in Germany by equipping them with the skills that match the needs of the labor market, enhancing their competitiveness and professional abilities. The Skill Future program in Singapore is another pioneering example in lifelong learning, offering citizens free opportunities to pursue education and skill development throughout their careers, allowing them to remain competitive in the rapidly changing labor market. Similarly, the Ijara digital program in Kenya serves as an example of digital skill training and freelancing opportunity, enabling young people to benefit from new opportunities in digital economy. These models, among others, demonstrate that there are numerous solutions that can be developed and worked on to create an optimistic future for labor markets. Advanced technologies and practical solutions come together to effectively empower the individuals. In this context, the Kingdom is taking pioneering steps under Vision 2030 to empower its workforce and stimulate transformation in the labor market. The private sector workforce now exceeds 12 million, with Saudi employment rising from 1.7 million in 2020 to over 2.4 million in 2024, adding 724,000 new jobs for Saudis in the private sector. This progress, supported by training programs and legislative initiatives, has lowered the unemployment rate from 3.7 to 3.7% by the end of this quarter, 2024. This figure represents a significant improvement compared to the rates recorded in 2020, which was 5.7, and also increased women participation in the labor market to 36%, surpassing Vision 2030 targets. Additionally, the Kingdom Youth Development Strategy was launched, targeting the main challenges faced to our youth, including those related to labor markets. One of the key pillars of this strategy focuses on innovation and productivity among youth, emphasizing the strategic goal of reducing the percentage of young people not engaged in working or education or training to 8% by 2030. This aligns with the key performance indicators related to youth productivity, including increasing their participation in leadership positions. We also introduced a cooperative training policy which aims to enhance students' skill and increase their opportunity to secure suitable jobs after graduation. Since the beginning of 2024, more than 83,000 Saudi students have been trained in private sector establishments. Dear distinguished guests, our commitment to international collaboration is reflected in the initiatives we are unveiling today. These initiatives aim to transform challenges into opportunities, ensuring the prosperity of our economies, communities, and workforces. The first initiative, thanks to our long-standing partnership with the World Bank, we are proud to launch the Labor Academy, an institution that will be a turning point in how policymakers worldwide are trained. The Academy will be permanently based in Riyadh, reflecting the Kingdom's commitment to advancing technology and expertise. It will focus on equipping these leaders with comprehensive tools to address current and future challenges in labor markets, drive inclusive employment, train young people, and integrate social protection into labor market policies. The second initiative, I'm also pleased to present the Navigating the Future report, a comprehensive analysis of global labor market trends, both current and future. The report provides practical recommendations based on an in-depth research, offering innovative strategies to bridge skill gap to promote lifelong learning. I encourage you to review the report and provide your comments, which will contribute effectively to enhancing the outcomes of the conference. The Kingdom is proud to host this conference, and we look forward to initiatives launched today, contributing to the creation of flexible, inclusive labor markets ready for the future. I also would like to take this opportunity to express sincere gratitude and appreciation to the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, for their tremendous support, wise guidance, and decisions that have contributed to economic development both locally and globally. I would also thank all participants, speakers, and everyone who have joined us today. I wish you all success and hope that this conference will have a tangible and positive impact on your labor markets. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you very much as you make your way down. Coming up next on this part of the morning is a really special moment, and I think with events like this, it's a tremendous opportunity to create awareness and encourage people to get involved with new initiatives or to even just know about new initiatives. So next is one such moment, and to tell us a little bit more about it, please help me in welcoming to the stage Safa El Tayeb El Kugali, the Country Director for the Gulf Cooperation Council, that is, of course, the GCC at the World Bank Group. Please give her a warm welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I am honored to be here with you today on behalf of the World Bank Group. The World Bank's partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia goes back decades. This year will mark the 50th anniversary of when we first opened an office here in Riyadh in 1975. Our partnership is going strong, and this event today is a testimony to that. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia underwent a marvelous transformation since the launch of its Vision 2030. At the very heart of these changes are the reforms in the labor market, helping create more and better jobs, especially for youth and women. The World Bank has been a close partner in this journey, and we are proud of it. We all know that jobs are essential for development and the most effective tool to combat poverty. In the words of our World Bank Group President Ajay Banga, jobs offer a pathway out of poverty, empower women, inspire younger generations, and strengthen communities. That is exactly what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has done over the past few years. In 2020, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia adopted a far-reaching labor market strategy that mapped out a pathway of legal reforms to make the labor market work smoother, introducing new programs, reforming old programs, and building capacity of institutions to deliver on those programs. We were proud partners offering our global advice and technical assistance. Some of the reforms have been difficult. Some were met with skepticism, but with evidence, data, research, and examples of good practices from everywhere around the world, they managed to overcome the hurdles and achieve impressive results. Just look at the surge in female labor force participation that only within a period of 6 years moved from 16% to 36%, an unprecedented pace, as His Excellency just mentioned in his speech. This is not only important for the Saudi economy and society, but it is also a shining example for the rest of the region and the world. As the Kingdom continues in its journey to achieve its Vision 2030, learning from best practices, it also has lessons to share with the rest of the world. As a knowledge bank, we are keen to broker knowledge exchanges across the world to the benefit of all. The Global Labor Market Conference, which was first launched last year, was a beginning to global knowledge exchanges on labor market issues. Together with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development and Takamul, we brought hundreds of policymakers, practitioners, the private sector to discuss important issues. This year's second edition of the Global Labor Market Conference also included the first Saudi Arabia World Bank Global Labor Market Academy, which offers a platform to continue sharing experiences, exchange ideas, and most importantly, insights into what has worked and what has not in improving employment outcomes and hence improving people's lives. Over the last 3 days, the Global Labor Market Academy brought over 55 policymakers from around the world to Riyadh to learn from each other about labor policies and programs. Some of the participants of the Academy will also share their experiences at policy labs and sectoral skills councils and active labor market programs here at the Global Labor Market Conference today and tomorrow. We're also very proud to launch a joint GLMC World Bank report on youth employment at a session tomorrow to give new impetus to the urgent need to address the challenges hindering youth employment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is a global employment crisis that demands immediate action from all of us. Approximately 400 million people are willing to work but remain unemployed with large disparities. Over the next decade, 1.2 billion young people in emerging economies will enter the workforce. but job creation will fall short with an estimated deficit of 300 million jobs. This is why this gathering is more important than ever. We all need to work together and share our experiences to help tackle these challenges and create a better future for all people around the world, especially in the global south. In the words of Ibn al-Rushd, إن العمل الحق هو الذي يجعل الإنسان حراً فالبطالة مذلة والعمل كرامة. True work is what makes a person free. Idleness is humiliation, while work is dignity. In closing, I would like to thank the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, Takamul, and the Global Labor Market Conference for the strong partnership with the World Bank and for making this event a reality. It offers a great contribution to the global dialogue on labor policies. Thank you.
Ms. Al-Kagel, thank you so very much. And I think some poignant reminders there about dignity and how it is so closely and so often related to work. So thank you very much for those remarks. I'm going to ask you to please stay with me here on the stage. And to join you, I would like to call on Dr. Ahmed bin Abdul Jabbar Al-Yamani, who is the CEO of Takamul Holding. If I could ask you to please join us on stage. And of course, when we're exchanging folders and information and agreements and cooperation, it is good not only that we witness, but that we also have official witnesses to show and mark that moment. So please help me in welcoming to the stage, back to the stage, in fact, His Excellency Engineer Ahmed bin Suleiman Al-Raji, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Nasser Abu Thnain, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labor here in Saudi Arabia. Gentlemen, if I could please ask you also to join us on the stage to witness this special moment.
Assalamu alaikum.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
I think as we wait for them to exchange their folders, it is always important for us to bear in mind, and I think this is something we're going to certainly be touching on over the next 2 days, is the question of partnership, cooperation, and making sure that we are holding each other's hands, if not literally, figuratively, as we walk down this path. So if I can please ask you to proceed with exchanging your folders. Thank you. And I'd like to also just ask you to take a moment for a photo opportunity. Thank you. You saved the day. You lifted it up off the floor. All is well with the world. So if I can just ask you to take that moment for the photo opportunity. And a round of applause. Aren't we happy about this? I'm happy about this. Thank you very much. If I can kindly ask you to take your seats.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Allah يسلمك. Allah يبارك فيك. شكرا.
So one of the things that you will have heard about over maybe the past half an hour or so, is this importance around policy. So we all live in a world where we are guided by policy, and policymakers help to shape not just the world we live in now, but what our future or our tomorrow looks like. But in reality, like us, they are human beings who have challenges, who are trying to find the best way forward. And what are the best instruments that are not just going to help us live with today, but make sure that our tomorrow is one that is sustainable and that allows us, one, to create better environments and to ensure that we can continue to sustain those environments. But that does not happen without challenge. And one of the key challenges that I think most people will appreciate, and it alludes to my comment earlier today, specifically has to do with technology and the implications that it has on the world of work, on how we work, but also on how we learn, what we learn, and when we learn it. Because again, once again, we're participating in building economies that hopefully will sustain us for today, for 10 years from now, and potentially even 100 years now. But how do you plan when you're not sure yet what that 10 years is going to look like? How do you make sure that the thinking and the planning that you're trying to do will help to future-proof you and make sure that you're kind of future-ready? Well, that is exactly what we're going to be talking about in the next short while. And to help me do that, I hope you're going to give a very hearty and a very, very warm welcome to my panelists. In no particular order, please welcome on stage Her Excellency Sandra Petovelo, the Minister of Human Capital of Argentina. His Excellency Narek Mkhitaryan, the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of Armenia. Her Excellency Pia Takita Glavarole, the Minister of Labor and Public Service of the Bahamas. Her Excellency Monica Recalde de Giacomi, the Minister of Labor, Employment and Social Security of Paraguay. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Vedat Ishkan, the Minister of Labor and Social Security in Turkey. If I can ask you to please take your seats, don't wait for me. Please make yourselves quite comfortable while I wait for His Excellency to join us. To all of you, a very, very warm welcome, not only to Riyadh, but of course to this conversation. I think oftentimes when I think about what ministers and policymakers have to do, I feel a little bit of stress and tension because I think you're trying to straddle and balance many interests and many things. So not just are you dealing with interests of today, but you're also trying to make sure that we are prepared for what tomorrow may bring down the road. Excellency Glavarole, if I may ask you, it is a tricky balance to strike, that between then and now, and what adjustments we need to make for the future. What would you say is the best way for us to go about doing that?
The best way for us to go about doing that is collaboration. Collaboration is key in our labor markets, and I speak to collaboration in particular between government and the private sector. Public-private partnerships has been an impetus for many great programs of labor in the Bahamas, and as we develop our programs for the future, we find that this is the key to ensuring sustainability.
Excellency Giacomi, when you look at Paraguay, and I feel like this is probably going to be a similar response, but I'm going to ask you anyway. When you look at Paraguay, how different or how similarly are you having to map what your intervention looks like?
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Un gusto estar aquí. Nosotros en Paraguay tenemos diferentes tipos de intervenciones para los jóvenes, principalmente dentro de lo que es la formación y la capacitación laboral. Uno de esos programas...
Excellency, if I can just ask you to hang on 1 second for me. I think just to give everybody a moment, if you haven't already got your headset, please make sure that you have it in your hand, like me, and make sure you have it on the correct channel so you can hear exactly what the comments are that are being made. So please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Nosotros en Paraguay tenemos diferentes enfoques.
We're in Paraguay, we have different focuses of public policy for youth people.
Por la formación
Principal, we handle on TVET training, where the youth
clases teóricas,
can have
tener prácticas en las empresas. Pero uno de los principales
practice on the internships.
a futuro que no solamente está relacionada con la formación y la capacitación, tiene que ver con la informalidad.
We have the informality on the employment.
Un desafío muy grande.
That's a big challenge represented to us,
Programas de políticas
and we focus to public policies
principalmente
on financing
de la seguridad social.
the social security cotization of the youth between 18 and 29 years old.
Incentiva y ayuda
And this incentive
principalmente a la inserción,
principle in the insertion of the youth on the labor market,
entrenamiento permanente
but it have to go aligned with the TVET training,
que tiene que ver con el sector empresarial para que se involucre a
and the enterprises sector have to be involved on this.
Yeah, once again, a real emphasis on the partnership question. And I think this is going to be a running theme for the next a couple of days. Excellency Petovelo, if I can ask you then, when we are considering what happens in Argentina and how we better and more effectively build those collaborations? Because sometimes that is the challenge, making sure that the collaborations themselves are fit for purpose, not just that there are collaborations. What are the key considerations you have to make for your country?
Bueno, nosotros hemos realizado una transformación
Well, we have made a transformation,
de raíz, porque la realidad en Argentina
a
cuando
big transformation, because our reality, when we started this government,
estructural
we have structural poverty
nos hizo primero, en primer momento, fijarnos en otras cuestiones,
that in the first moment we look to other questions.
con una intermediación
For example, for intermediation on the poverty,
las cuales la idea final que quedaba
which final idea
debía trabajar, sino vivir de los subsidios.
was to look for the population that live of the social programs.
Es de financiar a estos líderes de las organizaciones sociales,
So we have to cut
la gente pudiera recibir el subsidio
these social programs
en su bolsillo.
so people can really access to the social programs.
Y a implementar
So then we started to implement
que tuvieran que ver con una batalla cultural hacia el trabajo.
policies that have to award to a battle through the really workforce,
Que la dignidad humana y la autosustentación debe lograrse a través del trabajo.
and the people have to understand that the dignity have to be through the work.
Lo primero que hicimos es cambiar las leyes
The
laborales.
first thing we do, we changed the national laws, labor laws.
No propiciaban el empleo y la contratación. Hay muchísimo trabajo no registrado.
We have a lot of unemployment,
En primer lugar, para
informal unemployment.
luego implementar las políticas que ahora estamos.
So we have to make changes in order to make this kind of changes.
Vamos a hacer una gran bolsa de trabajo
We're gonna make a big
a todas las provincias. Raramente en la Secretaría de Trabajo no había una bolsa de empleo. La tenemos que crear.
on our secretary. We have to now create a job bag in order to make transparency on the government.
Que estamos llevando adelante. Y bueno, y la capacitación en los jóvenes, ¿no?
And we have to insist on the training for the youth people
Planes de estos subsidios que había, 1 millón de personas
in order to go against
sin trabajar.
these 1 million persons that were living without.
Cambiar esa planificación de trabajo para
These people were living from social programs. So through capacitation, we are looking forward to change this.
No tenía terminalidad educativa.
Because one of the challenges was that these people doesn't have the competencies to work on the labor market. So we are aiming to
Pero bueno, el trabajo es enorme.
start the work that is a hard job that we have to do,
Ha bajado el
and
empleo, así que vamos.
and we get down the route of unemployment.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think it's an enormous challenge. And one of the things that we often forget is that one of the sectors that we have to make sure we keep in mind, but also bring along, are the people themselves, right? We can't just create the policies. We have to make sure that the people are part of not just the creation of those policies, but how those policies are actually implemented and rolled out. If I can then come to you, Minister Mirkician, the population in your country, in Armenia, equally, I'm sure, is facing similar challenges, particularly now when we look at what's been happening with the global economy, when we consider geopolitics. There are a lot of pressures on people in terms of jobs, but also on corporations in terms of retaining those jobs. Not many of them can, so they've let people go. How are you thinking about how to future-proof your environment for that very purpose, so that we're not sort of experiencing such huge ebbs and flows in such an impactful way, that there's a more smoothing out of that?
First of all, let me to thank the Ministry of Human Resources and the Social Development of Saudi Arabia to host the second edition of GLMC, and I'm happy to be back and to discuss the challenges that we face. And you are right that mostly all the challenges that we have, it's like global, and almost all nations face the same challenges, and Armenia is not an exception. And I can say that we live in a very fast-changing world, and we have to be ready for addressing all of these challenges. And to address all of these challenges, we adopted the strategy of employment. And in the strategy of employment, we are trying to address, to have policies which will address all of these challenges. How we are ready to prepare our labor in a way in order the new technological changes create more jobs than to decrease the jobs. And to have this transition, first of all, we are working on the behavioral change, and we are trying to engage much more people in training, in short-term trainings, because you know, when you have many people who are, especially youth, who are not in education or in training or employment, it's very difficult to create incentive for employers. You have to create like opportunities for them to get new knowledge, new skills, and I want here to emphasize the skills, because the formal education, higher education, is also under the challenge, because the sectors, public sector, private sector, they can't wait for years until you prepare specialists. You have to make them ready to change themselves, to gain new knowledge, new skills, and go to the labor market. So this is the key, and now we are starting to work with the universities to change their curricula as well, because without their help, it would be very difficult to address all of these challenges. And we have more than 100,000 youth, aged among 18 to 29, who are out of education and employment. And one of the strategic goals of our country is to provide short-term education and training courses for them, and then to engage in different sectors of the labor market. But I want also to emphasize the mobility. Mobility is very important. Mobility within the country, because sometimes people like to work in the places where they live, but now we want to create like the industrial zones and to have high productive workers. And productivity, again, another key challenge that we have to address, because the technological development around us shows that we have to have like the high productive workers in order to provide sustainable growth. And for the productivity, again, we have to change our behavior. We have to understand what are the key sectors which are growing, how to provide a transition from the traditional economic activity to new kind of economic activity. And here there's another challenge, the gig economy, how to be ready for the gig economy as well. Just literally yesterday, what happened when the Chinese AI development started to challenge even developed countries, even developed companies. So this is why I'm saying that we have to be ready. So we have to make our labor force be ready for the rapid and immediate change. Otherwise, we will be late.
And I think therein lies the big challenge. How do you make them ready when you're not always sure what it is you're getting ready for? You use the example of this AI app that came out of China. Nobody saw it coming, and suddenly, boom, it was there. So perhaps, Minister Ishkan, if I can ask you perhaps for your remarks and give us the view from your country, Turkey.
¿Nos podría dar su visión de Turquía sobre estas problemáticas?
Teşekkür ediyorum Ms. Makabo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Makabo. The world is going through a very important change process. Our labor market is going through significant problems, and I'd like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency, Mr. Minister, my colleague, Mr. El Raji, for the organization of this great event. Indeed, we need to organize our labor market in a healthy and sustainable manner. We need to plan good.
But in order to be able to do that, we shouldn't be thinking about one dimension alone. We need to have a multi-dimensional and a holistic approach, and we need to shape our labor market for the future, and we need to be prepared for the unknown. You know, the AI, digital technologies, these are dominating the world, and right now we need to voice the demands of the labor market, the employers. Lacking skill is one of the biggest problems, and unharmonious skill sets of people are another problem. How are we going to transform our children against a world that is constantly transforming? Sanırım Sayın Bakanlar sizin konuşmanızı işitemediler galiba. Bir kulaklık getirebilir miyim?
معذرة الترجمة لم تصلنا حاليا أو السماعة لا تعمل. رجاء أعتذر لمقاطعة معاليك، يمكن أن ننتظر إلى ثانية واحدة حتى تصلنا الترجمة واضحة. لا أريد أن أفوت أي شيء تقول.
Burada
team can help me with that, because the monitor is not giving me indication on the timing for our session either. So we just need to be patient for a few minutes. Technology does this, you see. It gives us surprises. And the trick, we have to be ready for when the technology isn't doing what it's supposed to do. We love this, but thank you.
نحن نقوم بذلك وشكرا جزيلا، ويجب أن نكون مستعدين في خلال ثانية واحدة. هل يمكنكم
Okay, Excellency, if I can ask you to speak, and then you can continue.
Sayın Bakan lütfen, Honorable Member.
Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan liderliğinde biz Türkiye
Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan declared this century as the Turkish century, and we are trying to uphold and move forward with our labor market. We have implemented enormous reforms. We are focusing on a green and digital economy. These are our priority areas, and we are focusing on these areas. Inshallah, God willing, we are going to make a declaration of a national employment project, and action plan is going to put in action. And the most important aspect is green and digital transformation and the shortcomings of skills. This is a policy strategy that we have determined, and this is, dear honorable colleagues, we have developed 88 action plans. There are 88 areas where Turkey needs further enhancement of technology. All our public institutions, private sector, universities, they are hand in hand. There is collaboration there. In our Turkish century vision, in order for us to reach our objectives, the most valuable thing is social dialogue. Without social dialogue, there is no facility in our affairs. Social dialogue is what facilitates all our endeavors. It is an environment where you can solve all the problems. You need to bring together private sector, universities, and professional institutions. You have to learn how to work together. What is the current situation? What is about to change? We need to be ready and aware. What are the opportunities? What are the risks? We have to determine those. We have to underline those. Otherwise, we will lag, and lagging means going backwards, and we are going to lose the opportunities, and we will actually disregard some of the key information that we need to know. Particularly, we work with our Ministry of Technology and Industry, Ministry of National Education, Ministry of Commerce. We are trying to find out what skill set we are going to need in the future. We are also working with our Public Employment Agency. Hands-on training, on-the-job training, this is the key. You need to teach people how to learn as they go on the road. So our active population is quite large, 86 million people. Under the leadership of His Excellency, our President, we will continue to establish peace, justice, fairness, equity in the labor market, to create the ambiance which is going to be fit for both for the employer and, equal pay, ILO principles, the working with human dignity. These are our objectives and priorities. Thank you for the floor, Miss Moderator.
You're welcome. And we'll thank technology later for coming back and cooperating with us. You mentioned something that's really key. And in my mind, I think that it is going to be important in our future. And that thing that is very key is how we teach and how we encourage learning from a very, very early age. And perhaps if I can come to you, Minister Glavarole, how are you dealing with that particular question? Because it's not just about the work, it's not just about the labor. It is people who are born, who are children, who become teens, who become adults, who fall into your system. And it matters how they are when they arrive at your system.
So this is a very critical conversation regarding skills readiness, especially when governments around the world have identified a mismatch as one of the main components of unemployment or lack of engagement for especially our young people. And especially as we are living in an, as Armenia would have said, in an ever-evolving world and of an ever-evolving global economy, the need for a skilled workforce has never been more urgent, and we can agree on that as governments across the world. But it's important, again, that we strike a careful balance. That balance is between immediate upskilling and the long-term educational reforms that are required to ensure that our people are ready, they are prepared for today's job market and also equipped for the job markets of the future. And we found that one of the most effective ways to achieve this balance, again, is through collaboration, as everybody has alluded to, strategic public-private partnerships. By working closely with industry leaders, we can identify the high-demand skilled areas. We can tailor our short-term training programs to meet the current and future market trends. At the same time, it's important that we invest in education, invest in our curriculum modernization, ensuring that our education systems emphasize critical thinking, innovation, embrace technology, and is adaptable. And that's how we close the immediate skills gap while we are also looking at the long-term effects and sustainability of our labor workforce.
This is always something that happens. I just want to say, when we get halfway through and we start running out of time, people get excited because we hit the topics that people want to talk a lot of. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that we get interventions from other ministers as well. I saw you were nodding a lot and pointing your finger because you wanted to make some comments, I think, in line with what Her Excellency was saying. So please go ahead.
Sí, retomando el comentario de la ministra, nosotros pensamos en un ministerio novedoso, inédito en el mundo, que es el Ministerio de Capital Humano.
In line with all said until now, we now have a minister that is our Minister for Human Development, and we congregate on this minister the childhood, team education, labor, and for one side we have the economy, and for the other side we have the human resources. So we said it should be aligned, and the idea of the human capital is to have a line that the government goes along with the person since the born, the education, then the labor market, and in order to have the social security benefits. So for us, it's much more simpler to work in this kind of everything under one minister, so each minister doesn't have to talk and go to knock door on the other ministry. So our ministry goes along until from the childhood until the social security benefits at the end of the labor career. And our results are being very effectively, very good results we are having till now.
Porque, por ejemplo, perdón, quería agregar.
For example, I want to aggregate being education and labor in the same ministry it's more easier to complement the education with an insertion on the labor market.
I think that is certainly one interesting way of trying to deal with that value chain, if you will, of human capital, that you house it in one place so that you're better able to monitor and see what happens and when does it happen, at which stage of the process. Perhaps Minister Di Giacomo, again, you were also nodding a little bit earlier when he made the remark about the youth and wanting to incorporate. What are your thoughts around that? Because the structure is one thing, but the actual real intervention are the secondary thing. How do we do that and do that better?
Bueno, las principales intervenciones
The principal intervention that we have in the same line of the mention of the Minister of Argentina, it had to be with a interinstitutional cooperation, not only from the Ministry of Labor, but doing it with the Ministry of Education, of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, but all based on a social dialogue, and also in space that give opportunity to the youth to planify their own policies and their own difficulties. And we, from the ministry, always wonder and ask ourselves, are we really offering to the youth the training that they need? Are we having the vision of the future of the labor market, or are we searching for only for traditional ways, or are we looking for new ways? So the participation of the youth in the construction of the public policy of the government and in these spaces that are arranged for the social dialogue permit us to talk and solve this kind of problems, and that's why our vocational training are being adjusted to the needs of the labor market, and also the implement of technology. It's been a key factor on this process, and this has made that the youth really care more about the time and the benefit that the Social Security can give them. And we have to have a more general view, which in this new view, these key problems can be incorporated to the public policy in order to solve them. And they have to have an integral view to all the problems in order to have a transforming future to the youth people.
Minister Mkhitaryan, you've been itching to speak. I've been watching you. So please give me your view on how in Armenia you are looking at this sort of value chain, supply chain, whichever kind of chain you want to call it, when it comes to the human capital question.
Thank you. In fact, when talking about such kind of issues, two strategic topics coming to my mind: the demography and employment. So, because if you don't have balanced policies, if you don't have like combined policies of demography and the employment, so you will create a lot of problems. So now the main topic is about the youth, how to, today's topic we mainly focusing on the youth, how to empower youth, etc. But if you don't focus on the elderly people, you will have more problems for the fiscal risks to invest in the human capital, especially for the youth.
When you say focus, meaning?
I'm meaning about the active aging programs.
Okay.
We have to have active aging programs to keep elderly people active in the labor market, to positively affect the GDP in order to open new opportunities for the investment in the human capital, in education, in training for the youth. That's why, so now we are combining our strategies of employment and the demography in order to address all of these issues effectively, because the key is the structure of the population. If you do not have balanced structure, you can't provide sustainable development of the human capital. So there is a nice foundation in Saudi Arabia called the Evolution Foundation, which is the largest foundation on the longevity and the active aging, which providing a lot of projects and the research grants to different stakeholders to make sure that in future, in upcoming years, the people of different countries can have this behavioral change, like the elderly people are equally important in order to provide sustainable development of the human capital among the youth. So that's why this is also important for the social justice and for not having the conflictual situations intergenerationally thinking.
I'm sorry to deliver the bad news, but you know that we are pretty much out of time. I know. And I'm really, really sorry about that, because I think you've made some really interesting points which could send us on a long road, and that is around what we do with people who are elderly. Now, let's be honest, most of us fall into the elderly gap because some of us are nearing retirement, but I won't say who. But that is really, really important, how we think differently about utilizing those skills, because there are some very real skills that we lose once people leave the labor market. So I would love to continue the conversation, but the clock is telling me that I have to end it here. So ladies and gentlemen, please extend your thanks to my excellent panelists. Excellencies, thank you very much.
No.
Okay, you're comfortable. Okay, thank you very much. And if I can then ask you to please make your way off the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if I can ask you to please follow the gentleman, and he will lead you off the stage. So, as we will have recognized, and I think this is a clear indication of exactly where these complexities begin to emerge. It's not just about technology, it's not just about geopolitics, it's not just about infrastructure, it's not just about the people, it is about the whole ecosystem when it comes to employment, and how do we make sure that we are current, ready, so we can do the work that is required to be done now, but that we're also creating sufficient space for innovative thinking and thinking differently. And I have to say that for me, and it's a pity that we weren't able to elaborate a little bit more on that, I think the question of how do we better utilize the skill sets that we have? How do we make sure that those of us who have been in the workplace for 10, 15, 20, 30 years and are getting to the point where we want to change the workplace, how can we make a different kind of contribution? How can our systems and our skill sets be better utilized to make sure that we can participate more effectively in the existing system and share our knowledge and expertise? That, of course, is assuming that we have some knowledge and expertise to share. So thank you once again to our great panel. And now I would like to call on a commentary or a conversation looking at how we scale skills. We touched on it a little bit in our earlier conversation, but we're going to hear a little bit more about thinking around that. So please welcome on stage Dr. Ruma Al-Rumai, the Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, please come up stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. بداية أود أن أشكر.
Morning to you all. In the beginning, I would like to thank the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development for the organization of this conference and calling us للحديث and to talk about.
Switching to English, I would like to first say good morning to everyone and welcome our guests from outside the kingdom, and I hope your stay is enjoyable in Riyadh. Incidentally, one of the panelists talked about mobility. Mobility is very important to the labor market. And today I'm going to talk about the jobs in the mobility sector in Saudi Arabia. The Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services, under the Vision 2030, have developed a strategy, sectorial strategy. Looking at the screen here, you can see that the spectrum is very wide. It's aviation, it's rail, it's maritime, it's land, it's roads, it's logistic services. We have developed a strategy that will not double, maybe not triple, maybe quadruple some of the numbers in aviation, in maritime, in rail, in all sectors. Therefore, we need to have the right human capital. So one of the enablers is the human capital. Okay, so what have we done? First, we have privatized the operation. It's either privatized already, or now we are privatizing, or to be privatized in all sectors, in aviation, in ports, in railway, in logistics and postal. So these are some of the companies that we are privatizing or already privatized. Goal is to enhance efficiency plus introduce new job opportunities. But we need to have the right skills, right? So, of course, we're working with universities inside Saudi and abroad. However, for technical, vocational skills, we have established non-profit academies and training organizations. Here are some of these academies. On the left is the Aviation Academy, established a long time ago, that most of the jobs in the aviation being mostly all Saudis. In the middle here is the Saudi Railway Polytechnique, which is something that is very close to my heart because something that I have worked and established 10 years ago. And goal is to train technically in railway. And I can say that we are very proud. In fact, we are one of the few countries that have Saudi ladies that are trained drivers in high speed. And a few years ago, we have established the Saudi Logistics Academy that train Saudis in logistics skills. Riyadh and Jeddah, and we have 3 branches now. And we are very proud of the output of the Saudis, men and women in this sector as well. Now let me show you some numbers. And numbers do not lie. It's a testimony to what His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Rajhi have said earlier, the growth that we have witnessed since we have been working in the vision. The total number of employees increased more than 100% in the last 4 years in this sector. The Saudi participations, in the middle, if you can see, have also increased 47%. In fact, and the Saudis are around 66% of the highly skilled jobs in the sector, which is very important. And look at the Saudi female participation. The Saudi female participation in our sector grew around 84% since 4 years ago. Now, how we've done that? This would not have been possible if it wasn't for the support of the Ministry of Human Resources ecosystem. It's the HRDF, the Human Resource Development Fund. It's the programs that the Ministry of Human Resources have developed and worked to support the subsidy for Saudis, the training, subsidy for training, upskilling, and what have you. So we are been working very closely with the ministry, and I would like to thank His Excellency, the Minister, and his team for great support for our sector. As a matter of fact, we are working like hand and glove together to localize this sector. Something maybe I did not mention earlier, our goal is to create in our strategy around 300,000 jobs. So the journey continues. With that, I would like to conclude and thank you for your listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your words. Plenty of food for thought, as always, and I suspect it's going to continue in that vein over the next couple of days. Speaking of continuing with provocative or challenging thinking, the next keynote address is entitled The Productivity Conundrum. I can't wait for this one, so please help me in welcoming to the stage Professor James A. Robinson, Nobel Laureate, the Reverend Dr. Richard L. Pearson Professor of Global Conflict Studies, the Institute Director at the Pearson Institute for the Study and Resolution of Global Conflicts at the Harris School of Public Policy at the University of Chicago. Yes, a mouthful indeed, but a warm welcome to him nonetheless.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here. I'm James Robinson from the University of Chicago, and I'm going to talk about the productivity conundrum and how to think about the challenges of productivity in the world today. So a lot of my research has been about the connection between institutions and productivity, and I want to start by illustrating that with an example that I like very much, which is Thomas Edison's patent for the light bulb. So Thomas Edison, very brilliant man, one of the world's most famous inventors. In 1880, he patented one of his innovations, the light bulb. Okay. So a patent is an example of an institution. Think of that as being a rule that we have in society that creates incentives and opportunities for people. The idea of a patent is to protect your intellectual property rights. Innovators come up with ideas, ways of raising productivity, increasing the efficiency of the workplace. But once you create an idea, it's very easy for other people to copy, and that undermines your incentives to create ideas. So the idea of a patent is by protecting your intellectual property rights, it creates incentives for innovation. But the patent system had a particular property, which I want to emphasize, which is connected to the word inclusion. So one of the reasons why the United States became such an innovative society and economy in the 19th century is because the patent system was open to everybody. Everybody could come forward, they could ask for the patent authorities to protect their ideas, they all paid the same fee, and the government protected their intellectual property rights. That's very important because where are ideas, creativity, talent in society? Who was Thomas Edison? Well, he was homeschooled. His father was a roofing contractor. He wasn't an elite. He wasn't connected. He didn't go to Harvard. But he was a brilliant man. And there's an important lesson there, which is ideas, talent, creativity, energy is spread out everywhere in society. You don't know where it is. You don't know who has it or what potential people have. So you need to create a set of institutions which can lock into all of that latent talent in your society. Okay? And that's the point of, that's the importance of inclusive institutions. And of course, I emphasize it's really people, you know, it's people who come up with innovation. It's people who have ideas and creativity. And the institutions are important because they channel the energies of people in different dimensions, in dimensions that are beneficial for the society or not so beneficial for the society. Okay, so I think that's the fundamental finding of my research, the connection between inclusive institutions, innovation, and successful economic performance. Okay, so when thinking about improving productivity or thinking about challenges for productivity, I want to make a distinction between what I'm calling two challenges, which I'm staying on the light bulb theme by illustrating this with the Korean peninsula at night. So what do I mean by two challenges? I think it's very simplistic, but you could think there's two different sorts of societies in the world. There's countries that are at the world technology frontier, you could say, like the United States, where you're working with the world's best technologies and you're trying to improve those technologies. Think of South Korea. Lots of light, electricity, innovation, economic dynamism. But there's other countries that are extremely far from the world technology frontier, like North Korea. No light, okay? That's where I've done most of my research in the last 30 years, in countries not like North Korea, but in countries in South America or sub-Saharan Africa that are very far from the world technology frontier. There's basic problems of improving institutions, of making institutions more inclusive. But in the short time I have today, I need to focus on one set of challenges. And I thought it might be more interesting, given the context and given that we are here in a country which is pretty close to the world technology frontier and which is trying very hard to understand its place on that frontier and how to move it forward. I thought I would focus on the first set of countries rather than places like North Korea, which are far from the world technology frontier, okay? So on the frontier in the time of artificial intelligence. So if you're on the frontier, the world technology frontier, it means you're using the best technologies, you're trying to improve those technologies, you're trying to foster innovation in your society. That means, using my language, you already have pretty inclusive institutions. You're harnessing the talent, you're investing in education, you're protecting property rights, you're developing entrepreneurship. So you've got a lot of what it takes to, for example, create artificial intelligence, okay? And I think the evidence is overwhelming. I think the theory, the evidence we have so far, just the logic of the thing suggests that talking about productivity, artificial intelligence is going to have very large positive effects on productivity. Goldman Sachs did a study a few years ago that came up with some numbers that are very widely reported. I haven't done any research on this myself, but they talked about artificial intelligence raising global GDP by about 7%, maybe increasing productivity by 1.5% a year. Many of my co-Nobel laureates happen to be computer scientists working into artificial intelligence. Their estimate is, their gut feeling is that these numbers are far too low. Okay, so the AI people working in AI say, no, these numbers are far too conservative, they're far too low, okay? And this change is going to happen very rapidly. You know, people compare AI to the steam engine or the Industrial Revolution. No, it's going to happen much faster than that. You know, everything is speeded up. I always like this comparison whereby, you know, it took a couple of years for Twitter or X to have 1 million users. It took a couple of days for ChatGPT to have 1 million users. ChatGPT spread extraordinarily through society. So these changes are far more rapid than anything you've seen in the past, okay? But what I want to emphasize, and speaking as a social scientist, not as a computer scientist, in thinking about this, and living in the United States at this moment, I think you have to be extremely aware that technological changes, like the introduction of artificial intelligence, can create huge social challenges. So the language that I've used in my work is creative destruction. That technological change often causes creative destruction. yes, it may raise productivity. Yes, it may raise GDP, but it redistributes opportunities and it redistributes income and chances in ways which have extremely important economic and social and political consequences. So here's an example from the United States, which is what's been happening to inequality, wage inequality in the last decades in the United States. And what this data shows, there's many economists have worked on this, is that, if you're a high school dropout in the United States, or someone who just completed high school but never went to college, you're no better off now than you were 40 or 50 years ago. And what's the fundamental reason for that? There's many things going on, deunionization, et cetera, but the most recent work suggests that an enormous proportion of this, possibly 70%, has been caused by tasks which those people previously did disappearing and being automated. I always like the example, if you go in my local Whole Foods in Hyde Park in Chicago, the supermarket owned by Amazon, it used to be there'd be a rank of people checking your groceries out. There's a task. Their task was to check people's groceries out. Those people all disappeared now. There's machines, it's all automated. There's cameras, and there's one person monitoring the machine just in case something gets messed up and they come and intervene. So there was a task. That task was being undertaken by people. Those people have been displaced by computers, basically, and there's one person left. Okay, so that's what I mean by tasks. Tasks are being replaced by machines. Okay, so that reduces the demand for low-skilled workers, the people who are doing those jobs. Their wages have fallen. The data is incontrovertible. Okay, so that doesn't just have economic consequences. That is the social basis for Make America Great and for all of the political challenges that not just us in the United States are facing, but everybody in the world is facing. Okay? So I think this is pretty good argument for saying, let's think through what the likely consequences of artificial intelligence are going to be. Okay? And I think the key thing that economics teaches us here is that there's nothing inevitable about that. That might have happened, but one of the reasons it happened was that nobody was paying attention to it. Nobody was thinking about that. In fact, this was the era of Reaganomics, free market, let the markets do its thing, the market is great, deregulate, cut taxes, everything is just going to be fine. Productivity went up, great, but it wasn't fine. It wasn't fine for many people, and now it isn't fine in many other ways, okay? So I think this is a wake-up call that, yeah, artificial intelligence, technological change, it can take tasks away from people, but actually it can also create new tasks. It can give people new things to do, okay? And in fact, that's the big picture. If you look back over the past 70, 80 years, there's a calculation that, most innovation takes the form of new tasks and new jobs. In fact, there's a calculation by David Autor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology that 85% of employment growth in the United States since 1940 is basically the creation of new tasks, new things that people didn't do before. Okay? So we can create new tasks. It's not just taking tasks away and replacing tasks that humans did with machines. We can create new things for people to do. And I think that's the right image that you want to have in mind when thinking about something like artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence and mechanization can substitute for people, or it can complement what people do. Okay? When I think about ChatGPT-4, I don't think about it replacing me. I have a moment of insecurity. I think about it making me more productive. Can it substitute for those boring things that I used to do, like spend hours writing computer code? It does it much better than me, I have to admit. It does it much faster with fewer mistakes, or it can check what I did. Is there a comma in the wrong place? It can help me with research tasks, and it gives me more time to think and be creative. So that's an image, I think, which is the right image, okay? So new innovation, new tasks, but the type of tasks you get, that's a choice for us in society, okay? And I would say, you know, the rubric that I like is we need a worker-friendly artificial intelligence. And what I find frightening is just like, you know, in the era of Reaganomics, nobody was paying any attention to this because the market will solve all the problems. No one's paying any attention to it now. What I noticed at the Nobel Prize Symposium is that all of the people working in artificial intelligence don't care at all about the social or political consequences, okay? What they want to do is race to artificial general intelligence. There's a kind of huge status associated with these breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. Nobody's thinking about the tectonic implications of that for society, okay? When we think about the transition from fossil fuels to green energy, do we think about leaving the market to do that? No, we think there's an incredibly important role for government policy to stimulate the transition because there's lots of externalities, there's many consequences for the world that private sector energy companies are not taking into account, and that's the role for the government, okay? But that is the same thing here, okay? So what I find frightening is that nobody's thinking this through at the moment. Nobody's thinking through how to make AI more compatible with people rather than replacing them. And I think we desperately need a policy change to try to figure out, I don't think there's a simple recipe for this, but to start a serious conversation about how to make AI more worker-friendly, how to make people more productive, just rather than just this obsessive focus on replacing people with machines. Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Robinson, I think we have to thank you very much for challenging us in that way, so thank you very much. I must say, I was really caught by this notion of ensuring that we're thinking about how we can use technology to improve or increase our productivity as opposed to simply replacing people, which admittedly is something that has been happening quite a lot and perhaps causing some disconcertion. All right, I'm certainly going to be pondering on that for quite a while. But next, I'm going to call on somebody whom I think you might recognize, certainly got plenty of energy, but also lots of food for thought. So please help me in welcoming former BBC anchor, Aaron Hesselhurst, and his guest.
Come on up, Andy. Thanks, Toomey. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Good morning. Oh, no, good afternoon, I should say. And it's an absolute delight to be here with all of you. And of course, welcome. They're really making us work for this. Welcome to our very exciting fireside chat. Andy, take a seat, because with me here is Dr. Andy Shea, independent economist. And I'm going to talk about Andy very shortly. Andy and I were both back in the green room listening with great interest to what the professor had to say. Always great to have to follow a Nobel laureate. I mean, I don't know how I got stuck with that, but very interesting. Okay, reality check. AI and the global market. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence, AI, it is, or it has to be, the hottest topic on the planet. I mean, it pretty much dominated all the talks at the recent World Economic Forum in Davos. And of course, if you've been watching the headlines over the past few days, DeepSeek causing ripples all around the world. Look, we know AI, it is reshaping the global labor market, but where is its greatest impact being felt? And of course, the elephant in the room, it's that one question on millions and millions of workers all around the world, and that is, will AI take my job? Look, let's be frank, because we know out there are Well, I think there's the optimistic projections, and then there's the pessimistic projection of the way that AI's effect on jobs will impact our society. Bernard Marr, the world-renowned futurist, he wrote an article in Forbes not that long ago, and he said, in one possible future, AI takes over all of the mundane, menial, and boring chores, leaving humans free to engage in creative, fulfilling, and ultimately rewarding elements of their work. And that leads to a society where we're all happier, we're more productive, and we're more prosperous. It sounds good, doesn't it? But the other, he says, those whose roles displaced by AI find it difficult to transition into the more rewarding roles, ultimately becoming either unemployed or underemployed. And this could exacerbate existing inequalities, strain social support systems, and disrupt society in some very unpleasant ways. In reality, ladies and gentlemen, he concludes the outcome will likely fall between these two extremes, and it leads us to the question, so what do government and businesses need to do to prepare for this shift, enhance productivity, and of course, create, as the professor was saying, creating new opportunities. So let's find out. As I mentioned, Andy's an independent economist. You're based in Shanghai, specializes in China and Asia, and contributes as a guest columnist for the South China Morning Post. But very importantly, Andy has a crystal ball. He does. Andy is renowned, absolutely renowned for his accurate predictions in economic bubbles. You foresaw things like the 1997 Asian financial crisis, the 2008 subprime collapse in the US, which of course led to the global financial crisis. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope, Andy, you have that crystal ball with you today. And let me start with this, Andy. Again, a real pleasure having you here. As we sit here today, I just want to sense, and I'm sure everybody, what are the tangible changes that we're seeing in the real world in terms of AI taking jobs? Because I'm just kind of wondering, what are the statistics telling us?
Yeah, I think that you've been hearing about AI every day. You know, people try to scare you. Basically, the AI people you hear about is the chatbot. Okay, like ChatGPT. Actually, so far, the labor market impact is very limited. I haven't seen real examples. The issue is that how do you translate the information into replacing jobs? It's not so easy to imagine. What I have seen that has happened is AI in combination with hardware has produced an economic miracle, especially in China. Over the last 20 years, I have seen that AI has been gradually integrated into manufacturing, into construction, into mining, largely in response to labor shortage, because less and less people wanted jobs in these economic activities. Tens of millions of jobs have been replaced. And as AI developers, I have seen that it can do things that people could not do before. So we have seen qualitative changes. Okay, you look at for example, in mining, a lot of things that could be done today that could not be done by humans before. Now we could go deeper, find the minerals faster, and we have seen that in terms of autonomous machine for tunneling.
But that's job losses, isn't it?
That's true, but these are jobs people didn't want. You see, so this is where AI happened in China in response to the labor market pressure, because people did not want to work in factories.
No, sure.
So did not want to work on construction sites. And so as AI came in to replace human, then it developed into something different. It could do things that humans couldn't do before. So this is where I see big impact in China, is that you see part of the high-speed rail now is being built with no humans. So this is where China has come up with an economic development model that is human-free. It's like you write a plan, It happens. So this is sort of I think this is a very positive story, positive AI story. And in terms of eventually, there will be a labor market impact. I see that. Yeah.
Well, can I ask you that? Because you say you're not really seeing tangible facts, but you look at the IBM CEO, Arvind Krishna, who said something like 30% of his labor force can be replaced by AI, and then they announced 8,000 job cuts to be replaced by AI. Then you've got McKinsey predicting up to 45% of work activities can be automated by AI. I mean, that's quite astonishing numbers.
Yeah, they're talking about white-collar jobs that can be replaced by something like a chatbot.
Yeah.
This GPT, large language model type of AI. It is possible, but so far, the impact is limited. What the research has shown, for example, in coding, what AI does is that it collects all the information about all the codes that are being written. Okay, so if you want to debug your program, it is actually helps you because it can identify obvious mistakes.
Yeah.
Okay, but what we have seen is that it cannot do original work. So that is the problem with all these LLM AI. A few months ago, MIT had a paper that it could not answer original questions. It could not answer questions that have not been asked before. So it's more like a sophisticated copy and paste system, yeah?
Sure. Let me ask you this, and again, the professor was talking about creation. I guess, Andy, it's important to understand the both sides, is what you're also saying, right? Because the World Economic Forum says, AI and robotics will displace 85 million jobs this year, but create 97 million jobs. Where is that? What sort of creation?
The issue is that the job impact will come when the hardware and the software are combined, as I have seen in industrial sector. In the service sector, I would expect the same thing to happen. Okay, so that's why humanoid robotics and robot dogs and so forth. These are very important. Okay. You see a lot of progress being made that it seems like they can do more things. And at some point, there will be a turning point, and they can replace human beings. Okay, the test is that when you see a robot can make coffee. So I see the barista test. Okay, once a humanoid robot can make a nice cup of coffee for you, labor market impact is here. Okay, so lots of jobs will be replaced. But in terms of how it's going to affect the economy, really depends on the cost of a humanoid. Okay, so this is where now people forget about the cost. And you look at the CES exhibition. I think that a couple of weeks ago, and a Chinese company Unitree came up with robot dogs and humanoid robots, and U.S. companies also came up with similar products. But they were marketed at very different prices. Chinese humanoid was sold for $15,000 US. The American copy was sold for $500,000. Okay, so there is a big. So in terms of economic impact, it's really important. If the robot is really cheap, then consumers don't spend much money on the same product. Then they have savings. They spend on something else. That's what the economists say. It's productivity game. Okay, so more money spent elsewhere, there will be more jobs created. Okay, so it's very hard for governments or economists or experts to predict where jobs will be. What we know is that there will be more demand because people have money to spend. So then there will be more jobs.
And let me ask you this. I'm just conscious of the clock. I mean, the time just flies up here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I want to ask you about DeepSeek. But let me just, before that, let me ask you this. Is it ultimately the fact that it's not AI that will take our jobs, it's our ability to adapt and evolve?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You look at DeepSeek, and now you haven't heard of it. Maybe you have heard a little bit of it. Its impact is humongous. Okay, Chinese, the AI you've been hearing about is like from all these big shots, Hollywood big shots, worth like hundreds of billions of dollars. They're talking about spending trillions of dollars, okay? Chinese came up with something better for $5 million, and in a couple of months. So basically, Chinese punched a hole in this myth that AI belongs to geniuses with lots of money, all these beautiful people from Hollywood, and they do AI. Actually, this is not true. This is a pipe. This is a bubble, okay? This is a hype, but this is a bubble. So that's why a lot of people are desperate. Because Chinese are just saying, what you are doing is like not worth much. Not worth much. It's a commodity. Anybody can have AI. And you see what DeepSeek did? They released everything. And you can download it onto your computer. You have your own AI, okay? So, and it costs nothing, zero. So all these people like with all these big fancy models talking about like Sam Altman, the guy has been talking about I need $7 trillion. The guy talks trillions, talks trillions, So so this is the story of DeepSeek is that AI is demystified, democratized, and it's very cheap. Everybody can use it, and you do not need to depend on anybody. Now, Americans will say, you become dependent. You depend on Chinese. You become Chinese government will control you. It's you can download it to your computer.
It's open source, so anybody can. Can we just say, just briefly, for those that perhaps haven't followed this particular story on DeepSeek, that, and Andy just summed it up, but it's cheaper. It's better. It uses less energy. Better, he says. But it's just the actual cost. And then open source. So you can this gives access to AI for everyone. What will that do? Can I ask you this question? Since this is a labor conference, what impact could that have on global labor force?
Yeah, all you need to do is to spend a little bit of time studying how to use this kind of model, so that when you can use the model to do a program for you. For example, you want to solve a problem, right? With a program, you can work with this and write it for you. Okay, so this is where it's a tool. It's basically, it's not replacing human beings. It makes you more efficient. Okay, so that's what you don't need to go to MIT to study computer science from scratch. You need to just know enough how to use this. It's like you learn how to drive a car. You don't need to know how to build a car. Okay, so that's what this is about. So this is where whenever you hear people who look like big shots talking about technology, don't believe them. Technology belongs to nerds. People cannot talk. And the technology come up by these people. In the 1980s and 90s, we were talking about nerds, okay? Now you look at the technology guys, they all look like movie stars. They're not real technology guys, okay? So this is where, see, Chinese didn't buy the program. So that's why they did something on their own.
15 seconds. So in 10 seconds, DeepSeek will increase productivity through the roof.
Yeah, I think that for anybody who you're trying to solve problems, it helps you. Okay, if you want to write a program, it helps you. Okay, if you're planting seeds, you're facing a new environment. You want to develop a plan how to grow, what crops to grow, how to do it, and it helps you. Okay. So and it helps you in a way that makes you confident because it tells you why it's thinking a certain way. You can read how it's thinking, reaching its conclusions. And if it's sure about it or not. So this is the first model to do something like that.
Okay. Boy, time flies up here. Blink and you miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Andy Hsieh. Thank you so much, Andy. A real pleasure. I wish we had more time.
Thank you.
You take those steps down there, and I will continue up here while we setup for our next session. I mean, that was fascinating. Fascinating to hear, of course, the professor earlier, and then from Andy. And again, this DeepSeek is pretty phenomenal. I was just looking at some of the points that people have written. This is all within the last couple of days about DeepSeek, and they say, this is a classic disruption story. Incumbents optimize existing processes while disruptors rethink the fundamental approach. And that's what Andy was saying. DeepSeek asked, what if, this is what they've asked, they said, what if we just did this smarter instead of throwing more hardware at it? But the implication, again, we can't stress, is absolutely huge. And the final thought for people saying that, look, this feels like one of those moments we'll be back on as an inflection point. Like when PCs made mainframes less relevant and when cloud computing changed everything. So watch this space very carefully. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you in a few hours' time.
Very good morning, afternoon. I'm Becky Anderson, the managing editor of CNN in the Gulf and host of Connect the World with Becky Anderson. And it is great to be here. What a great setup fireside we've just had. Last week I was in Davos. Please sit down, gentlemen. I was in Davos, and one of the biggest topics of conversation across industries and across sectors was AI, automation, and the future of work. There was so much discussion about the next wave of machine learning and how that will dominate investment decisions, revolutionize efficiency, but also the inevitable question about what this means for jobs. And that was, of course, before DeepSeek dropped its now cheaper and some argue even better AI model, shaking up the landscape, of course, even further. The nature of work is changing at a pace that we've never seen before. The challenge, of course, studies show that nearly 2/3 of organizations are struggling with skill shortages, making it one of the biggest barriers to growth. So how do we fix this? How do we ensure that young people are equipped with the right skills to thrive in a world being reshaped by AI and automation? Well, today I've got a fantastic panel for you, and they will dive into exactly that, rethinking how we train and prepare the workforce of tomorrow, from education reform to upskilling to better collaboration between business, government, and educators. So let's get to it. It's a big conversation. Yes. It couldn't be more urgent. Dr. Bada Al-Bada is the CEO of the MISC Foundation, a pioneering organization dedicated to empowering Saudi youth through education, leadership, and entrepreneurship. Mabruk for the work that you do. It is absolutely fantastic. Dr. Evan Shelshire, the end here, is the managing director of Ubody, a company specializing in leveraging technology to address global recruitment challenges and bridge skills gaps. And you will explain exactly what that means to the panel and the audience. And Stefano Scarpetta is the Director of Employment, Labor and Social Affairs at the OECD. And Stefano leads the OECD's efforts in shaping policies that improve employment opportunities, reduce inequality, and ensure social protection. So, to all of you, before we start, in one word, if you will, what is the biggest challenge that you each see in ensuring that the next generation is equipped for the workforce of tomorrow? One word.
One word: uncertainty.
Thank you.
Guidance. Human augmentation with a hyphen, so it's
I knew you. I knew you would cheat. Thank you. That's great. Let's dig into this then. Uncertainty, you say, important. What are the primary factors, Bada, behind the skills mismatch between the current workforce and the demands of the future job market? And what are the trends that you're seeing in the Saudi market and beyond? that you are addressing at this point?
Sure. So the root cause in my assessment is that educational institutes focus on knowledge and acquisition of knowledge, whereas workplaces focus more on the need for practical skills that they could execute every day. If we are to bridge the gap and have the conversation between the educational institutes, the workplaces, and institutes like us who try to bridge a gap, a three-way conversation is what we are working on right now to make the graduates more employable. We do that through upskilling, reskilling programs that focus on today's changing demands. We look at like AI, data analytics, game development, UX, AX. These are the new skills that are in demand, and they're not really, the curricula are not fast enough to catch up with the demands of the job market. You see AI changing every day. You cannot update your books in school that fast.
Evan, let's pick up the conversation from there, if you will. What are you seeing as far as the educational institutions are concerned in at least trying to ensure that graduates possess the relevant skills? I mean, I think it's clear they are not necessarily equipping students at this point. So from your perspective, where are we at and where should we be headed at this point before we talk about policy?
Yeah, look, really good question. I think it revolves around technology at the moment. And if you look at a traditional university that offers a bachelor degree, it's a typical 3 to 4 year degree. To create a degree program like that takes university 4 years.
Yeah.
So it takes about a 4-year cycle to start a new degree and to roll these things out. As fast as technology is moving, it's just not possible for a university with a traditional degree structure to keep up. In Australia, I work as an adjunct professor at a number of universities, and each of these universities, the trend that I'm seeing is micro-credentials. We're seeing a movement to lifelong learning, and we're seeing a movement to micro-credentials. What I would like to see is a movement of shortening that initial phase of education into the workforce, exactly as Dr. Batta said, to make sure we're closer aligned with the workforce needs. I think the days of education for education's sake are moving beyond us. Education needs to deliver a return on investment, and students that are paying for their degrees are demanding that as well.
This has a huge impact on policy, Stefano.
Absolutely. I think we really need to do better. The word guidance. I think we need to actually provide guidance to young people who are choosing the field of study, also to give them a perspective of what will happen when they enter the labor market. We need to give guidance to those who are already into the labor market. This notion that first you study, then you work, and then you retire is no longer the case. We have to continue to adapt our skills. And actually, many adult people are not used to that. They don't participate in training, they don't see the value of training, and actually need guidance even for employers, not large companies, but small and medium-sized enterprise that see the potential of new technology, but don't know exactly how to adapt their workforce skills in order to actually be able to use effectively this technology. So we need really a good collaboration between policies and also private sector activities in what I think has to be a Copernican revolution about learning throughout the working life. Of course, through education, but also during the working life, even when people are already there into the labor market. This notion that you learn in education and at university and then you use these skills, I think it no longer applies for most, if not all of the jobs.
So, Dr. Batta, how is what we have just discussed and set up here, how is that impacting the decision-making, the initiatives, the sort of innovation that you are working through today at MISC to ensure that you are evolving, you know, a marketplace, as it were, for Saudi youth very specifically?
So in addition to the micro-credentials that you just talked about that we use in our reskilling and skilling efforts, but we also try to bring in the employers into the equation. So it's not about education institute teaching people, going out and then suddenly finding out that there's a skill mismatch. What we are doing is we're bringing in the employers into designing these programs. We have job shadowing programs where we place students in, young students actually, in job positions for them to experience the job, also to know what skills are needed for the students to taste it themselves. And also we have dialogue with the employers to see what skills they need themselves so that we could redesign our programs. Our program roster is changed every year. And it just really depends on what we had some programs that we, for example, discontinued. For example, script writing for films. That was one of the programs we had. We had to replace that with something more in demand, like AI and data analytics. So it's bringing the employer into the picture and having the dialogue with them.
And this is really interesting, isn't it? You say that you've had to sort of change up, even in the last couple of years, what you've sort of concentrated on, because things are moving so quickly. How does the speed at which things is moving, Evan, impact?
Yeah, look, it plays a huge role, and it's really interesting what Dr. Bader just said there, because I would say one of the challenges that you'd have talking to employers, they just don't know. Especially on the technology front, employers are struggling to keep up as it is. So if you're looking to educate someone over a period of time at which the period of change is faster than it takes them to complete that degree, they don't want to walk out the end with yesterday's skills. They want to walk out with tomorrow's skills, because they don't want to sit in an education institution all the time. And so the speed at which we see things changing now, built off the back of large language models, of which have really caused a wellspring of innovation across all fields, is quite phenomenal. I think the changes to the skills that we require, and that was my answer to your point around human augmentation, are going to be incredible. We saw the Nobel Prize winner, Professor Robinson, say this is his focus on AI. It's augmentation. It's not just AGI. And the famous thing that we say in the AI industry is it's not AI that's going to take your job. It's a human being augmented with AI that will take your job. And that's where we need to go, that combination and combining those skills. And that's the part that's moving fast, that AI augmentation.
Can you give me some tangible examples of what you see going on in the world of technology at present that employers might be better aware of at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything from branding. So you can now use AI tools to create branding assets to be utilized for marketing very quickly. So design teams that would sit there for weeks trying to create assets that you'd run on a new campaign can be done in a matter of hours. You want to create content for your marketing materials. That goes up very quickly. You want to create official communications. It's very fast now with large language models to achieve a level of quality that would take an individual hours. There's a famous study done by BCG and Harvard that showed that when their consultants were given the ability to leverage large language models in their consulting projects, they were 25% faster and 30% higher quality in delivery of their projects. So it's impactful in all aspects of those kind of work.
Job displacement and the concern about what will exist going forward is obviously, dominating discussions at present. At the OECD, where are you at with policy on ensuring that nobody is left behind at this point? Because we can have this conversation today in Saudi. We can come at this from a sort of developed world's sort of perspective. I'm just up in Davos, as I say, last week. I was there talking to G42, for example, and we were talking about how you ensure that the digital divide isn't made even worse at this point. I just wonder what the OECD's sort of perspective is.
There are a number of sort of dystopic views about the fact that AI, generative AI, will basically destroy many jobs and we will be all unemployed. I think the key word here is actually augmentation. There is a huge potential for AI, in particular generative AI, to actually enhance the capability, not of the very, very high skilled worker, but those with intermediate level of skills. But provided we can actually equip this worker with the kind of skill which are complementary to what artificial intelligence is and will be able to do. So there is a huge challenge that to promote as much as possible this augmentation, this complementarity. We at UC do not estimate that there will be massive unemployment going forward because of AI. 27% of the job may be deeply impacted because many of the tasks in this job potentially could be performed by AI, but workers can perform complementary tasks. The question again is equipping the worker with these skills that complement to what AI can do. That's easy to say, much more difficult to do in practice. Education and training proceed slowly, and technology, as we have seen, proceed very fast.
There's two things going on here, isn't there? There is this is a digital master, this is a digital assistant rather than a master, and that is important. That's, I think, what we are specifically talking about here. And then there is also the sense that, and this starts at the education sector, if you are freeing up a workforce from some of the lower level jobs, the grunge jobs as it were, how do we ensure that we are developing a workforce that can critically think? Because if we're suggesting there will be more need for critical thought going forward, that needs to start earlier rather than later, Dr. Bader.
Of course. We should also not focus on worker in the sense of just being a traditional job holder. I know this is a labor market conference, but if you look at it from an expanded point of view in terms of the gig economy, from the point of view of entrepreneurship, from employment in NPOs and working on noble causes, all these are areas to employ people in non-traditional ways. And these are some of the areas that we focus on at the MISC Foundation. So we focus on youth, nonprofit organizations, and incidentally, some of them help create employment opportunities and help improve the skilling, because some of them are sector focused. For example, we have some of them in the energy sectors, some of them in the space sector, some of them in the art sector, and those help uplift the skill. They know their field more than anyone else. So they are people from the field who work together to create a, what do you call it, an interest group in that particular field, for example, energy. And then they provide upskilling programs for their fellow youth on those fields. And by that, and some of the entrepreneurs as well, create so many employment opportunities. So if we just expand our horizon and look at non-traditional ways and how could that augment, these are some of the opportunities for some of those people you're saying that could be displaced.
To all of you, we've got 5 minutes left. To all of you, there's two things. As we discuss the future for the workforce in an era of AI and automation, so we should talk about, or at least get your perspective on the notion that we could be in an era of AI hype at this point. And on the sort of flip side of that, and again, coming out of Davos and the DeepSeek story getting traction on the back of that, you know, what is the impact of the significant reduction in price, improvement in efficiency, sense that the multi-billion-dollar investments that we were talking about only a week ago might actually be somewhat larger than needs be when you consider what we are seeing with DeepSeek? And again, how does that impact the market?
Massively. And it was quite interesting seeing Professor Robertson come up. One of his co-winners of the Nobel Prize last year, Darren Acemoglu, he said the opposite of what Professor Robertson said on stage before, where he said the productivity gains and the GDP impacts will be minimal, and that we've overinvested and we're about to see the bursting of a big bubble. In fact, I was out here last year in September launching a book with the director of data science from Walmart in the USA, and between us we've got 50 years of experience, and the title of the book was Why Data Science Project Fails, Analytics and AI Without the Hype. So we really wanted to unpack the fact that artificial intelligence in production systems used by business day to day are very difficult. Using a proof of concept that's kind of nice and fun to play with is a different story, right? That's easy. A lot of people can do that. And so I think we are on the cusp of a potentially very large overinvestment. I think in the next 2 years, we'll see a correction of everything. DeepSeek caused a sell-off in the last week of over $1 trillion in the US NASDAQ. And so I think this is the beginning of something that will show us, number one, these complex models are overcooked, and number two, we're not going to get the productivity gains we hoped.
Stefano.
Well, there is, of course, a huge uncertainty about the potential of AI in terms of boosting productivity. And I think AI is revolutionizing the labor market. I mean, we are running a survey, and basically in the US, 80% of the companies are using AI to manage their workforce already. In Europe, it's 70%. So it's already used. Is it used in the proper way or not is a question mark. But certainly, if companies have spent money on AI, it's because they think this will improve their performance. AI can be part of the problem or part of the solution. We have been discussing how to adapt the skills of the workforce. AI can be a huge enabler, can allow us actually to design training courses which are shorter, more targeted to the need of the work and need of the company, sometimes that can be done online. Something can really close the gap that exists in all countries between the low skilled, those who need training more, and receive the least training, and the high skilled that actually receive more training. We definitely have to give an opportunity for training to everybody, and AI, if it is used properly, can be a tool to actually to move us towards that.
Dr. Bader.
Yeah, as an older person who have seen the previous AI revolution when I was studying. When I was studying, actually, my degree was in AI. And at that time, we had so much hype about AI and how it's going to change the world, but it never materialized. But now, I think it's different, yet it remains to be seen. But regardless of what turns around, whether it's still going to be another cycle of hype or whether it's going to transcend into real change of world, I think we need to build on what we have so far, even if it's proof of concept, as you just said here, or it's just the early fruits of it. These are early fruits that we need to embrace, we need to build upon. And we've seen so many things disrupted by these early fruits. So what if the full revolution comes on? So we just need to be prepared.
I'm going to close this out by where we started. This is a panel called Light at the End of the Tunnel, Labour Market Mismatches and Skill Gaps. You will get this all the time, all of you, I'm sure. If I were an 18-year-old, which I am not, I'm very much older than that, and to a degree quite pleased because it looks pretty frightening out there. If you were being asked by a youngster at this point what you would recommend they do at this stage, what's the answer?
My daughter just asked me that. She just graduated and lots of uncertainty. I asked her to be current. Just continue to read, take micro degrees. Don't just rely on your university degree.
Stephanie.
I think follow your passion. Really study what you really like, but make sure you have the foundation skill that will allow you then to move onto the labor market and to succeed. But follow your passion first and foremost. Make sure you get the basic skills right, and then be ready to learn throughout your entire life.
Lifelong learning.
And once you've followed your passion, I agree with Dr. Bader, stay current, be tech-enabled.
And with that, we will close it out. We thank you very much indeed. Excellent.
Thank you.
Panelists, thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you, Becky, and to your panel. Goodness, I think those past few sessions certainly gave us lots of food for thought, thinking differently about how we're approaching this whole question of work for tomorrow and making sure that skills are appropriately matched. You've had a lot to think about, a lot of information, so we're going to give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, have a bite to eat, get a little bit to drink, and we'll meet you back here at 2:40. Enjoy your lunch. And welcome back. Hope you had a good break, an enjoyable break, and that you used some of that time to reflect a little bit on the conversations of this morning, or let me say earlier today. Right now, we're going to have a conversation about a topic which I think is quite pertinent. We can talk about the innovation, we can talk about the projects and the programs, but a lot of this needs resources, a particular type of resource to be specific, and that resource is money. So we're going to talk a little bit about financing these skills, and to do that, please welcome Aaron back on stage with his panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch break. And it's now my pleasure to welcome you to Face Off. Very exciting. I'll explain about Face Off in a second. Our session topic, ladies and gentlemen, the task of financing reskilling. Hercules met Sisyphus. Now, I know what you're thinking. Some of you are thinking, Hercules met Sisyphus? I didn't come up with the title. The organizers kind of dipped into a bit of Greek mythology on this one. Just remember, this Sisyphus bloke, he was a greedy king of Corinth who was doomed forever to roll a very heavy stone up a hill for only that stone to always roll back down. So you get the theme. The challenge of financing reskilling can be immense and seemingly unending. Okay, so Face Off, as I've mentioned. The plan here, it's kind of like a presidential debate, ladies and gentlemen. Our four experts, I should say, I'm not one, our four experts here, who I'll introduce very shortly, they're going to give a very strict 1 minute presentation message to deliver to you. And I say strict because I'm under the strictest of instructions. After their minute is up, we'll see the minute, by the way, my friends up here on the clock. Yeah. I have to cut them off. So don't think I'm being rude. It's just my instructions. And then after our four friends up here deliver their message, then we'll dig a little deeper and get further into the topic. So let me introduce our friends, as I say. Let's start with Faraz Abdulaziz Abukhail, who's the Deputy Director General, the Human Resources Development Fund for Business. His Excellency Azar Bayramov, Director General of the Labour Centre of the Organisation of the Islamic Cooperation. Renata Hornung-Draus is Vice President, IOE, the International Organisation of Employers, as well as Vice Chair at the ILO, of course, the International Labour Organisation. And over there, we have Samantha Roy, who is President and Regional Head at Tata Consultancy Services, Middle East and Africa. I say to the four of you, welcome. A real pleasure having you here this afternoon. And before we do the 1 minute presentation, let me just paint a brief picture. Look, we know that supporting reskilling in the labour market is essential. It's essential for fostering economic resilience and ensuring that workers are equipped for the jobs of the future. But the future's kind of already here. So how is this enormous reskilling program, for the want of a better word, being paid for in our increasingly global, connected, and changing workplace? And is enough being done to make sure that as reskilling challenges increase in the future, we have the correct financial strategies in place? And very importantly, of course, financial sustainability. Is it the responsibility, some will ask, of the relevant local government to pay for reskilling of its citizens? Or is it the employer's responsibility? Or perhaps some of the burden should perhaps be shouldered by the employee themselves? I don't know, maybe the right answer is a combination of all three. And if so, what does that look like? And importantly, how should it be governed? Okay, let's get cracking, shall we? We've got the 1 minute timer on the clock. Faraz, you have the pleasure of starting. And the clock is there, and as soon as you speak, the clock will start ticking.
Thank you, Iron, and pleasure to be here with the distinguished guests. I think the main theme of today's challenges is not about the change. The change has been norm, but it's about the pace and the magnitude of change. And we can see this from the emerging technologies, the green transition, and the social environmental trends that we're facing or witnessing these days. And this puts a lot of pressure on the changing occupations and the associated skills, and these are the implications. Most of the organizations are facing difficulty in financing the reskilling because of its investment cost. And as a result, the key word here is collaboration between the private and the public sector. Companies need to be supported to keep their competitiveness in the marketplace. And this is where the role of public, private, and education and training institutes should come to place and form this collaborative training, reskilling programs.
Bang on the clock. There you go. The challenge is now yours, Azar. Okay, the clock is there. Go for it.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Labour Center of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, inaugurated in Baku during the 5th session of the Islamic Conference of Labour Members, is a strategic institution aimed to consolidate and empower labor, employment, social protection, and human capital development of efforts of the member states. Financing reskilling in an era where the demand for new skills outpaces our ability to supply them embodies a challenge that is both Herculean in its scale and Sisyphean in its persistence. The World Economic Forum estimates that 1 billion jobs, nearly one-third globally, will be transformed by technology by 2030. That demonstrates that rapid automation, lagging education systems, and fragmented coordination between government, businesses, and educators are root causes of this phenomenon. The backbone of the solution is not just shared responsibility, but shared vision. The cost of failure will be way more expensive, 1 trillion in lost GDP by 2030 in MENA region alone. Let's bear in mind that it's not just a crisis, it's an urgent call to action.
You can't. I loved how you just kept on reading faster at the end. You'll have plenty of more time when we get going. Good job, though. Renata, the lady up here, it's all yours.
Yeah, I will start with 3 points. The first point is every successful reskilling starts with a good initial skilling. For skilling to be good, it has to be in tune with the needs of businesses. So businesses, employers have to very actively shape the content of the skilling. This also means that they are interested and they should be motivated in financing the skilling and the reskilling, as is our good tradition in Germany, the country I'm coming from. But it's also a means to attract and maintain qualified workforce. But the third point, of course, is that reskilling is also interesting for workers, and if they want to change jobs, for instance, or want to acquire skills which are independent from their current professional job, they should also be financing their efforts at reskilling. I have 4 seconds left.
And you've given us time back, Renata. Love you. Thank you. Samantha, it's all yours.
Oh, thank you. Salam alaikum. Before I get into the topic of financing, I just want to make 3 sentences, and then we'll work on that. The first is that this is the first time in history where a technology is impacting the knowledge worker. Till date, technology has impacted the blue-collared workers. AI, for the first time, is impacting knowledge workers. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, all of you who are having children or grandchildren, most likely they'll live up to 100 years. Most likely. All the people who were born today are likely to be 100 years old. So they will have a longer lifespan of work, and they have to be reskilled multiple times, right? So that's the second point I would like you to keep in mind while we talk about the financing. The third point that I want to put on the stage is that organizations, for-profit, not-profit organizations, should look at the fact that people are always...
Sorry. Do you realize also, I have the voice of God in my ear here who sort of tells me.
Sure.
But thank you. You can, obviously, we'll get to that point in a minute. Thank you to all four of you. Okay, before we talk about the solutions, possible solutions, and the financing, let's just hear from all four of you about, I guess, the actual problem that we are facing. Because I want to read this here. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report says 50% of all employees will need reskilling by this year, 2025, as adoption, of course, in technology increases. Do you agree with that? Because that's a staggering number.
Well, I agree with the need of change, yes, for sure, because if you think about the emerging technologies today and the changes that are happening in the labor market and the need to cope with these changes, we have to also be positive in our approach. All this cascaded on the roles, the occupations, and thus on the associated skills. So there are a lot of skills, especially the cognitive skills, that need to be injected more. It's not only about technical skills that are important, cognitive skills are important. I read the report, if I recall right, critical thinking, creative thinking were on the rise of skills that needs to be at the expense of mathematical skills and skills that were needed before for repetitive tasks. Even if we think about the occupations itself, today, the technology-related roles and the roles related to sustainability are on the rise. So all this, I'm not sure about the 50% as a figure, but for sure, the magnitude of change is very deep, and the need to have a big transformation for skills is certainly, I agree with.
Let me come to you, Renata.
Certainly. Well, I agree with what you just said. I'm always suspicious when people sort of spit out figures like that, 50%, 40%, 80%. Also, I think we should not hype up unduly the reskilling or the need to reskill. I mean, after all, this has always been the case. Every one of us, throughout our careers, have been reskilling all the time. And what I find very important nowadays is to make sure, especially with the digital technologies, with AI, everybody talks about AI, to give people those skills that enable them to think logically and to control what AI or technology is doing for them. Because it may very well be that they keep reinventing the wheel and they don't even realize it. So they get captured by technology without being able to control what this technology is doing, whether it is really adding value or whether it just adds unuseful things to it or unuseful procedures. We have a big debate now about bureaucracy in my own country, but also in the European Union. Unnecessary bureaucracy. And a lot of it is due to new technologies which are just being used in an unproductive way because they spit out new procedures, new processes, but these new processes have to be controlled. So I think we need to have the skills to actually see how can we use the technologies in a way that they drive productivity and that they don't destroy or hamper productivity.
That's interesting. But Samantha, do you agree with Renata? Because Renata's saying, we've always had to reskill, but it just feels like there's this incredible urgency now. And I had a session earlier with Dr. Andy Chi, and who, we were talking about it's not AI that's going to take away the jobs. It's the speed of adoption, how we adapt to it.
Yeah, so I quite agree with her. See, the point is like this. Today, the definition of us being human beings is the ability to click street lamps in a 6x3 matrix, right? Which are the squares, which are the street lamp. If you click it correctly, you're a human being. If you cannot, you're a machine, right? So most of the people do not, and I'm being very, candid here, there aren't enough people in this world who know how to click. Right? Not in this audience, but there aren't enough people who know how to click. And if you cannot click and prove that you're a human, you don't get your salary. Because you have to click and accept in the bank account and therefore get the salary. So whatever you're doing, maybe you're a car mechanic, but still you will have to click the squares that have street lights and prove you're a human, right? So yes, 50% have to be skilled, right now.
Right.
I want to add something.
Yeah, go on, Nazar.
So I think it's not just the technological advancement, but it's also climate change, which has an impact on the reskilling, the demands on reskilling or upskilling, because we have technical advancement for last decades, but climate change became one of the urgent topics for almost last decade. So when we talk about the technological skills, we also there are professions where they also need to consider the climate change, not just the technical advancement. So we need to look at this picture in combination of both requests, like technical advancement and the climate change.
But just briefly, do you think, Azar, do you think that the mismatch between the skills needed and the skills available, do you see that in your own is widening? The mismatch.
I mean, there is actually a difference between countries. For example, if you consider OIC member states, there is 60% of the workers, they are not prepared for digital economy.
60%?
So 60%, and there is also quite interesting number on youth unemployment, but the mismatch, of course, is big because the economic situation in many countries is different, so there are a lot of digital gaps, and the people, they need just, skilling on digital transformation, many professions, many special SMEs.
Well, Faraz, can I ask you this? Because it's moving on now to how do we fix all of this, right? How do we fix the problem? Is it about targeting education? Because I was just speaking to a friend out there who's on a panel coming up later this afternoon, and we're talking about, she said, most people, certainly within the region here anyway, come out of university, they graduate. But the speed of technology is moving, they could already be 2 steps behind. So is it targeting education, or is it on the job? I mean, I'm just wondering what new solutions do we need?
I think as individuals, we have to all maintain the lifelong learning mindset. This is very important because getting out of university, that helps you for a while, but keeping up to the different changes and changes the norm here, the different changes that will occur in the labor market, it's very important to have this mindset of lifelong learning.
Lifelong learning.
And now, because the key here is to sustain, and it's not the key to just enter the labor market. With the changes, you might be able to enter the labor market, but not sustain. Also, companies, they have to adopt the changing mindset in terms of transformation, in terms of innovation, to keep themselves up to the competition and keep in the marketplace. At the fund, for instance, we acknowledge the role of SMEs in the Saudi economy, and we tend to provide them with a preferential support more than the large and big companies. So it is very important to be mindful of this. It's not about degree, it's about continuous learning that keeps you up in the labor market.
The degree is just the start, and then it's boom, 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 boom from there. But Renata, what's your thoughts on that about, is it education, is it on-job training?
Yeah. Well, I think you Brits have a saying that the proof of the pudding is in eating, right? And I think that's the challenge we're having here. What we need, and everybody's talking about this challenge, digital skills, digital technology, which is right. But the real challenge nowadays is how to get from digital to real. Does it match? Does it work?
Right.
And there you need skills which are beyond pressing a button, as you just said. So I very much agree with that. You need to have very solid skills in mathematics, in logical thinking, being able to actually question what happens and to assess the usefulness. But we also need to have the practical skills where the test is made. Is what my lovely model here on the screen, does it actually work in reality, in real life?
Yeah.
And we could see in several situations, crisis situations nowadays, that you have perfect logistics on the screen. I think the Californian fire was one of the examples which is being discussed in the media. But in reality, it just didn't work because nobody bothered to check whether there was enough water and so on. So this link is important, and I follow from that. My conclusion from that is that we need to make sure that both in initial skilling, we need to have both the education, which is a state public financed job, the education, but also the practical knowledge. That's why the dual apprenticeship tradition, which we had have had in Germany for a long time, and your minister this morning mentioned it, which is now extended even to university teaching. We have dual universities for managers, is a very good case in point where the young people, they learn the theory, they get the education, but then they have to go to the company and to see, does it work in reality when I do my practical technological tasks or my management jobs? So I think that's something to be looked at and to be adapted, of course, to the realities of every country. But this link, as you said, cooperation between employers, the real needs of employers, the SMEs, and the education system is very, very important.
Yeah, and Samantha, I see you know. Did you start that answer by saying you Brits have that expression? Did you say that?
I did say it. You're not.
I'm Australian, okay?
Oh my goodness.
I'm Australian. I'm not a Brit.
I beg your pardon.
Okay.
But it's the Commonwealth.
Yeah, the Commonwealth. Yes, yeah. Just don't tell the Australians that. Samantha, you're nodding there. I'm not going to get anybody to disagree with anybody here, but
so let's go back to the original question: who finances it, right?
Yep. Let's move on. If you want to move on. Yep.
So here is my two-sentence answer. Reskilling has to be financed by the corporates. They need to understand and acknowledge that technology can be obsolete, human beings never. This has to be the pivotal point. However, skilling, not reskilling, skilling is the ambit of the governmental bodies. If to skill, you need to reskill the teacher, that also should be the governmental job. But once you're in the job, reskilling has to be funded by the corporates.
By the corporates. So government starts, corporates.
Absolutely.
Agree?
Actually, some sources say that if you spend 1% of GDP to reskilling, it can have a real transformative results. But it depends, and especially before joining the OIC Labor Center, I had a experience working with government in Azerbaijan, so I know that when it comes to the issue of financing of skilling and reskilling, it's difficult task and this is the difficult discussion with the Minister of Finance. I mean, everybody understands this challenge, but when it comes to the turn to spend the money, it becomes a challenge. I think it's the same in many countries, and we need investing in skilling and reskilling also.
Faraz,
I think in this case, to me, I think it's both parties. They need to chip in here for the skilling.
Government and
private. And HRDF, Human Resource Development Fund, our strategic archetype is a supply shaper, and this is the role we play in the labor market ecosystem. And we do supply the companies with up to 90% of training costs. So we believe this is our duty, because the gain here is not for a particular company or a particular sector. It's also a nationwide gain. So this is part of our role here, and the rest will be paid by the companies. So I agree with you, companies has to put some, but in our case, it's only 10% or 25% of the training costs that will be injected by the companies, and the rest is carried by the Human Resource Development Fund. But the most important thing, in order for them to agree to put this money, we have to ensure that the training programs here are meeting the demand of the employers. And this is where we have a business unit that makes sure to work with regulators, with economic sector regulators, and with the private sector and the training institutions, to just make sure that we form the right model and the right training program. And a hybrid model, I agree, it's not about theoretical. We have theoretical and practical and on-the-job training as well. And this is what we incentivize as a training program.
Okay, before we're just under 5 minutes
I want to add a point to that. And absolutely right. And we are recipients of this, that the government is doing. The government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have 500 Saudi women working in our organization here in Riyadh, right? And when we get in freshers from the universities here to backfill, augment, we actually enjoy that benefit. that 90%.
Yes.
For the first 6 months, and then thereafter we take over. But it's a case in point. I mean, in the sense that.
So you've seen it in action.
We actually have received that, and we have actually trained Saudi women. Now it's about 600 women in our Riyadh center. Yeah.
Can I ask, and maybe not all of you answer because we won't have the time, but I'm just curious, where is the individual worker in all of this? Because in doing some research, and I didn't even know that this was an option, but it's touted out there as a possibility for, the financial stability. One option, lifelong learning accounts. So we talk about life,
longevity.
Yeah, learning long life, or constantly learning. But so it was basically saying it's like, the worker puts a little bit aside, almost like a mini pension, that they can help fund to help fund reskilling. I don't know.
Well, if I may say a couple of things, lifelong learning is a very broad notion. What does it mean? It means you learn along your life, but there are different types of lifelong learning. When you get skills which are really relevant and necessary for the job you're doing, obviously your employer will ask you to do this, and he will also finance it. Yeah. But if you say, okay, now I'm an engineer, but I want to become a musician instead, of course, the employer will not pay you the music school, so that's your job, that's your individual endeavor. So the individual is free to choose whatever they like. They don't have to stay an engineer their whole life. They may become a musician afterwards, or in the meantime. But then it's their responsibility. But what we are talking now here is in the labor market, when we see that there are fluctuations and restructurings, the skill needs change, which is the case very quickly today, and I think that's why we have this debate. Obviously, it's a shared responsibility. Yeah. It's a shared responsibility. The government obviously has to set the scene, create the infrastructure, also participate in the costs via the education, the theoretical learning, so to speak. But of course, the employers, if they want their workers to really be up to date and to be ahead of the wave, so to speak, technologically and with their knowledge, they will have to contribute financing. Okay. And of course, for the workers, it's an issue of employability. So I think a shared responsibility would be the right approach there.
Okay, and just to sum it up, unfortunately, as the time's ticking away, what does the future of financing reskilling look like, say, by 2030? Just very briefly, in 30, 40 seconds. Azar, I'll go with you. What does that picture look like?
I think now there's many countries, they understand that there is an urgent need for action. So the will is there. The will is there, and in general, I also joined Renata's thoughts that there is an understanding that the efforts must be joined, not just by government, but also the industry, the academia, so all together. And I think by 2030, the investment in the skilling and reskilling, upskilling will be much more than today.
Yeah.
Well, given the size of the challenge here, I think everybody has a role to play. It's not enough to have a public-private partnership alone. It has to come the education and training institutions as well. Right. Even the role of the international organizations into painting what the picture looks like, because everyone is talking about the change, but no one really knows what the change can be like. So the role of international organizations as well is very important here to provide the right research and understanding and enough studies to understand what the future will look like. And the individuals as well, they have to maintain a positive mindset, because when we talk about lifelong learning, it's not about what you learn, it's about maintaining the positive attitude throughout your life. Yeah. So it's a role of everyone given the size of the challenge.
Okay, we're running out of time, but do you agree with all of that, you two, before we wrap it up?
So, literally, I actually agree. The point is, a company like ours, we will reskill, right? And if you're a business leader, you will be the incubation, pot from where some of your employees will go out to other companies and they will enjoy the benefit. But it's okay. I mean, if you don't, then you'll be left. If you don't train, then you'll be left with a bunch of workers who are idiots and never leave.
Right? Exactly.
You don't want that, right? So
I used to work at the BBC, I can tell you. What's going on? But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our friends up on stage. We've got Samantha, Renata, of course, Azar, and Faraz. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan.
All four of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you, Aaron, and your panel. Thank you very, very much. I don't know whether we should pay attention to those last few comments or not. I'll have to think about that. Somebody might just end up getting in a little bit of trouble. But actually, it's a really good segue for our next segment, because he was talking about how sometimes people may stay a little bit longer than you may want them to stay. But the other side of that coin is that sometimes people who have been in an organization for quite some time, have gained a lot of experience, a lot of institutional knowledge, leave, and what happens to the knowledge and the skill set that they have acquired while working in that organization and doing the job. So our next conversation specifically is going to be focusing on the silver dividend, because if, like me, you have a few more silvers than you would like to admit, don't focus on my head, don't do that. If you are a little bit, shall we say, not so young anymore, you have to consider what you do with your skill set. Yes, you can go and hang out on the beach, but I think most people like to feel like they're still productive. The question is, what do we do with that institutional knowledge, with that productivity, with that skill set? Well, we're going to hopefully hear more about that, so please be sure to give a very warm welcome to Sagar Goel. He is the Managing Director and Partner of Boston Consulting Group, with his panel. A warm welcome for them.
Good afternoon, everyone. Age is just a number, they say. But is that it, or there is more under the hood to uncover? Well, let's look at the numbers. By 2030, 1 out of 6 citizens will be in what we call the silver generation. And this number is increasing very fast. By 2050, we will see the number of citizens in the silver generation to double. Now, is this really a huge burden on our economy? Or actually there is an opportunity in disguise? What's the true story behind this? And this is what we will uncover in our short panel discussion today on leveraging the silver dividend. I am Sagar Goel, and as part of our work at Boston Consulting Group, I lead our engagements on workforce development. And I'm very, very happy to be joined by 2 very lovely and illustrious ladies here with me. For once, I'm very happy that we have the right gender balance on this panel today. But let me quickly and warmly introduce both of our ladies today. I have Professor Elsa first. She has been a former and an honorary professor of economics at the University of Turin in Italy. And she's also former Minister of Labor, Social Policies and Equality in Italy's technocratic government from 2011 to 2013. And she's also been a consultant to World Bank on pension reforms. Welcome, Professor Elsa.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you all for being here.
We also have Dr. Phumzile. She has served as Deputy President of South Africa from 2004 to 2008, as the first woman to hold the position at that time. She's also a former UN Undersecretary General and Executive Director of UN Women. She's had a very, very illustrious career in her political life, but even beyond continues to work in the area of women development, and she's passionate about intergenerational workforce dynamics, which I'm really looking forward to discussing with you today, Dr. Phumzile. Welcome again.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Fantastic. Let's get us started. Professor Elsa, I would like to start with you. what do you think are some of the challenges or the impacts of the aging workforce on society and economies?
Okay, let's start by saying one thing, maybe a bit banal, but it doesn't matter. You remember, it is said it was President Lincoln who said, it's not the years that you add to your life, but the life that you add to your years. And this is very important saying, because aging is a good thing, is a sign of progress, human progress. And so we have to say that we all consider this an integration to our economic progress. Okay. It is very important that it is not just years that are added to life, but life to years. And this means that aging has to be accompanied by improvement in health. There is a decline, this is clear in all of us when we age, but medicine, research, cooperation can provide decent life, life with dignity, and it's very important. There is also integration in society, which is important because, well, it's possible, it's probable that being older means that you are detached from society, and this has to be avoided. Not just by having nursing homes for old people, no, trying to really integrate them. Then there are the economic consequences. And here, well, I am an economist, and so perhaps it's the field that I know better. Aging means, if particularly combined with declined fertility, which is the characteristic in Europe, we have declined fertility, so meaning that the young cohorts are shrinking, and we have declined mortality at older ages, which means an increasing number of old. It is said that this reduces the rate of growth of the economy, but we may ask, is it necessary? And we may say no, particularly nowadays that we have a lot of innovation in technology. Technology can help people working longer, so we need here pension reforms, and I signed a pension reform in Italy. So we need people work longer, being active longer, and possibly to work with the younger cohort. One of the comforting results of the economic research is that combining teams with young and older, having mixed age in teams, does not reduce productivity. So productivity can be improved by the greater competencies of the young, particularly in technologies, and the higher experience of the old. So I think it depends on us whether this becomes a burden in terms of economic system, or whether it becomes something that adds life to us and to our society.
That was very beautifully elocuted. Thank you so much, Professor. You shone light on the challenges, whether it's the social integration, but also potential issues or challenges with the economy. But your view clearly is that it's not a burden, but done right, it can actually be an asset. I would like to build on that thought with you, Doctor. What's your view? Do you see this also when done right, we can actually unlock this silver dividend, and what it would take for us to do that?
Thank you very much. Of course, I mean, starting with us in Africa, where we have a youth dividend, and we are likely to have the largest young population by 2050, So our mind tends to jump to what we do with the young people without paying enough attention to the silver dividend, but it's a fact of life, so we have to pay attention to it. I do think that the way we prepare for older people that will live for a long time suggests that we provide lifelong learning for them so that they can diversify their skills and the areas in which they contribute. I think their contribution also must not only assist the young people to pick on the skills they have, but must also give them more time also to take a break so that they could also have lighter burdens on them. All of that has to be orchestrated to work very well because we're talking about large numbers of people who are affected. So policies are required. I think when we think about pension, we just don't only think about the ones who are going to be pensioning, we're also thinking about the ones who are going to be coming after them, how that is going to confront them. I also think now being grandparents is a career. Because we're going to be grandparents for such a long time. We're actually going to need skills so that we make it as interesting as possible and as an important a task as possible because we are preparing future citizens. In the age of technology, in the countries where access to education is still a challenge, we must also think about how we continuously make training possible through technology. Because when you think about the younger people that still need to go to universities, for instance, in most countries, including mine, our universities are full. I work with higher education. Right now, we are stressed because we have so many students that we cannot take in. So you don't want the silver generation to go back to school. That has to be a no-no. We have to provide education comfortably in their homes so that they can get on with their life and diversify the things they do without necessarily congesting the pipeline of the young people.
Yeah, and just building on what you said, I wonder if technology actually has a role to enable millions of silver generation folks to reskill. We talk a lot this morning about AI and Gen AI. Actually, imagine the power of having a Gen AI tutor, a personalized tutor that speaks to you in your language at your pace of learning to help you pick up some of those skills.
Absolutely, yeah.
I want to shift gears back to you, Professor Elsa, and tap in on some of your experience working with the World Bank on the topic of pension reforms. Can you share with us what are some of the strategies that governments as well as agencies can take to address some of the challenges ahead of us?
Okay, I will refer to something European. And as you may know, we have relied very much in Europe on what we call the welfare system. And the welfare system was invented, let's say, on the verge of the end of the Second World War, and it was a great idea to combat poverty, to have integrated people in society, to have people have work, a house, children, education, and also a decent retirement. So it was different because there was another idea of a pension system, of a public pension system that had been created in Germany by the German Chancellor. But that was, okay, let's have a kind of insurance. Let's consider the average length of life, and then let's establish retirement at that age. No, the idea with the welfare system was to have a decent retirement, to retire with good financial security and to retire being a part of society. And once, to be part of society for the older generations meant to be able to pass your knowledge to your grandchildren. Nowadays, as I said before, the number of children is collapsing, and so it's possible that the older generation feel useless, and this is very bad. But another characteristic of our welfare was to think mainly of retirement as the main part of the welfare system, which meant that in reality, we thought less of problems when you are a child, of problems in your education path, which is terribly important, your problem during your working life with, for example, for women, were many and very hard because they were not considered. And the big idea was by many of the European governments to think of retirement in two terms. First, reduce retirement age, as if, and it was for most people, as if work is just a burden. You have to work to earn an income, to live, in fact. But it's different now. And we have to think differently of the life cycle. So my point is, now we have older generation, and we have to improve their situation, and we have many possibilities. But we have to think of the aging population, starting with the children now, because to have a decent retirement, to have a decent old age, you need to be educated, to think of your life, to improve your ability to understand change, not to be always in the, let's say, opposed to change. And so it means that we have to reframe our welfare system, which means asking people to live longer, provide them better jobs, provide, as I said before, different ways to integrate. One of the things that nowadays, luckily, because we are older, but also healthier than our predecessors, is that people travel. They want to know the world. And this is a very important aspect of your old age, because maybe you had little possibility before. So let people also travel, have the possibility, not too much, not being just in a group, but to enliven their curiosity about other people in the world whom perhaps they did not have the possibility to meet before. Also to reduce the difficulties in cooperation, in allowing, understanding the changes, social changes, cultural changes that I have an aunt who is 95. And I tell you that sometimes she surprises me because of the modernity of her thinking. And I say, oh, how can she be so ahead? But she can, because she has she has open mind, and this is very important. So again, not to think of old age as just a burden.
I completely agree. And as Mark Twain cheekily said, age is just an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it really doesn't matter. And I have seen in some of the programs I've personally tried to be involved in, we've had 50, 60-year-olds go back to learning and doing coding. Imagine that, a 60-year-old, you're going back to a boot camp and trying to reskill and change your careers. That's just fascinating and leaves me with a lot of optimism. On that note, I would also like to share or hear from you, rather, Dr. Phumzile, on, do you think the silver generation is ready for this change? And how can we equip them or support them better and be ready to reskill and upskill?
Well, yeah, while I agree with what you are both saying about age being a number, I also think that we have to be quite alive to the fact that there's always going to be X number of jobs in any society. And I think it's always going to be important to make sure that we prioritize young people because they probably need what the jobs brings to you, which is money, resources, more than the older people. We have to make sure that we occupy the silver generation in a manner that is fulfilling to them, is rewarding to them, but is not blocking of young people. It's a big tension. I think policymakers have their hands full with this reality. I also think we also have to be alive to the fact that there's no substitute for time. People who have lived much longer know much more, and we should not waste that knowledge. There is a lot of learning that people gain through mentorship, for instance, which is a unique contribution that those who have experience can provide. There's value in intergenerational collaboration that would help also younger people learn from those who have already traveled the road. So it's really about redefining how we assign the activities of the different generations. And I worry about our training institutions, our university, about how they are prepared to completely reimagine education, to not teach someone in 2025 the way they taught someone in 1995, because it's such a different reality. I just think that there's a need for us to drive transformation much harder, much quicker in training institutions so that we create that mentality of change and a different world altogether for all the generations.
Yeah, and if I may sum up the spirit of our discussion, I think going back to what Satya Nadella had said, that Gen AI gives knowledge or expertise at your fingertips, but actually I would say it cannot give you wisdom at your fingertips. This is what the silver dividend is, and this is what the silver generation brings. And as you nicely put, it's the right dynamics and the balance between the young and the old, and together we can actually unlock this dividend. It is probably time to move on to think of this not as an economic burden, but as an approach to actually unlock the value of what our silver generation brings to all of us. Thank you to both of you for the engaging conversation. And thank you to the audience for being patient listeners today.
Sagar, thank you so much. A fascinating insight there. And we're going to talk about some of those themes in our next session as well. Let me say, first of all, good afternoon. Delighted to be back with you. My name is Ben Thompson, and it's my job to guide you through our next special session. And I say this one is special because we're going to look at the findings of a new report that has been commissioned especially for our Global Labour Market Conference today. This study looks at 14,000 participants in 14 different countries, and it looks at what they feel about how they will be affected by the changes to the global labour market. Now, unlike other studies, this one looks at their direct experiences, how people feel, what they are preparing for, how they will strategize to cope with not only globalization, but things like climate change, new technology, and changing demographics. Now, we're going to talk about some of the findings of that report with my panel in just a moment, but it's worth saying if you want to read that report or some of the key findings from it, you can find it on the GLMC website. It is a fascinating read and a great insight into some of the key things that we will talk about today. And so let's get started. There's a lot to get through, so please put your hands together and welcome my panel. Welcome, everyone. Please take a seat.
Thank you, Ben.
Nice to see you all. Hello. As I said, there is so much for us to get through, but let me first introduce you to my special panel with me today. Next to me, Dr. Ahmed Al-Zourani, who's the Deputy Minister of Skills and Training at the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development here in Saudi Arabia. Johannes Kottel, who is Senior Economist at the World Bank. Dr. Seamus McGuinness, who's Research Professor at Esri, Dublin. And Roberta Suarez Santos, who's Secretary General at the International Organization of Employers. Gentlemen, welcome to you all. Good to have you here. And Dr. Ahmed, let me start with you if I can, please, because there are so many key headlines for us to take away from this study. 14,000 participants, 14 different countries. It's a really comprehensive look at how people are feeling about the changing world of work. The overwhelming response in this is about how skills need to be prioritized, be that reskilling or upskilling. Especially, as we've heard on this stage today, how disruptive things like technology will be. Let me start with the question, are we prepared for that challenge?
Well, let me start by saying Assalamu alaikum. Very pleased to be in this panel. As you mentioned in the report, it's a very wide and large report in 14,000 subjects. One of the striking elements of this report tackle it in a balanced view, so it does not talk only about the change, it talks also about the opportunities. One of the striking results of this report, it mentioned the confidence gap between the highly educated and the lower, let's say, educated, and basically there is a high tendency from the high educated to adapt and to be able to change and respond and be embracing for upskilling. And this reminds me of a famous book called The Race Between Education and Technology by Claudia Golden and Laura Scant. And by the way, Claudia, she got Nobel Prize for her work on this element. Basically, what the book is saying, there is a gap between education and technology. And if the technology pace is so fast, and the change is so dynamic and, let's say, in very interactive mode, sometimes the education cannot be able to adjust. And that gap might increase also inequality. So they link the technology, the education mismatch between the education and the demand of the labor market. That might lead to more, let's say, inequality in the labor market. Meaning, if it's a supply-driven approach only to skilling, it will be always hard to keep the pace with the technological change, with the automation, and with the AI. So that's why we believe here in the ministry that we're moving to a demand-driven approach where we work with the employers in short manner to identify the skills, to move the labor market from, let's say, job dominance to skill dominance labor market.
Johannes, let me bring you in at this point, because one of the other key findings of this, and it's interesting when we start to break down the numbers, 30% of respondents feel unprepared for future demands. Does that suggest 70% are prepared or feel prepared, or they just don't know? The 30% don't feel prepared? Because particularly this is going to be about a digital divide, isn't it? Talk to me about how we are still lacking the skills that we need when it comes to the digital divide, making sure, frankly, that this is equitable. Everybody has access to these skills and the technology.
I think the digital divide I think it's very closely related to the polarization that we have seen in the labor market over the last decades, really. Right. What has happened is that with the technology of the past, which was all about automation, computers and robots, what we saw is that routine tasks have been replaced by that technology, and that put a lot of downward pressure on wages and a hollowing out of the middle class. I think what would be a mistake is to automatically explore forward that with the next step of technology, that trend will continue. AI could be fundamentally different. We have some early evidence. It's very early in the game, but prominent authors like David Autor make the point that maybe artificial intelligence is fundamentally different and might actually help the middle class to reemerge. So a bit of that divide might disappear again, because the way that AI works, it's more about tacit knowledge and not about routine tasks. So it helps with judgment, with decision making, and that might help within an occupation the low performers more than the high performers, and even between occupations, maybe think of nurse practitioners, think of paralegals, maybe they will be able in the future to do more, getting closer to lawyers, getting closer to doctors, so that gives us some hope. But I think when it comes to the digital skills itself, I think the important thing is that this challenge of learning how to use artificial intelligence, that will apply across the board, across all occupations. There's a great study on radiologists, for example. Artificial intelligence is very good in analyzing pictures. So they can, when they have enough information, they make a better call than an experienced radiologist, right? But if they don't have that context and if they miss the information, then actually the radiologist is better than the AI. But when you combine AI with radiologists, what happens is that when all the information is there and the AI would be better, the radiologist trusts himself or herself and overrules the AI, making a mistake. Well, when there's not enough information there, he doesn't trust himself, or she, and they give it to AI to make the decision, which is exactly the wrong way to do it. So that applies, I think, across the board.
And that's a sort of recurring theme of what we've heard today, isn't it? That it needs to be a tool, it needs to be an assistant, a helper, and not a replacement. Seamus, I'm going to come to you in a sec. Let me just jump over you quickly, though, to Roberto, because we touched on there about things like soft skills and human skills, and I wonder from an employer's point of view about whether there is enough focus on some of those other things, critical thinking, communication, creativity. They are really human skills that we can't teach the AI to do. Are organizations prepared enough to make sure they can nurture those skills too, rather than this race to technology?
Well, listen, in 2018, I think we started discussing what we used to call the future of work, which is now the present of work. And at that time, we already jointly predicted, and we discussed that in the ILO, and our organization has an important role in the International Labour Organization. And I remember very well that this need for, at that time, it used to be called soft skills.
Yeah.
And now we realize that calling it soft, it makes no sense. And it's human and social skills. And then you refer to critical thinking, communication capacity, creativeness, things that perhaps AI will not be so able to replace, even though we don't know. But also team building, and also what we call also learnability attitudes, which have much to do with my capacity as individual to leverage the other skills, the digital skills, the technical skills, because if you do not have these social skills with you, you will not be able to leverage your potentiality, your employability. The question you're raising me, have we evolved positively there? Are we prepared? Well, the easy answer is not. It would be unfair to say that there's no progress. It could be also a mistake to believe that educational systems do not provide any input on that regard.
Yeah.
But the gap is big. And the survey that you have given us is also very clear that there is a level of frustration that not just companies, but individuals have with educational systems, also in this area, it's huge. And also the level of, if I may say, of confidence in business as a learning place where you learn also the social skills is important, it's critical.
And given that they were deemed to be soft skills, has there ever been enough focus on where we nurture them? Is there an assumption amongst employers within the jobs market that actually these are just inherent skills that people either have them or they don't? Is there a focus on how do you make sure that we can develop them, improve them, and help people upskill for those so-called soft skills?
This is about mentality, Ben. At the end of the day, if you don't have that as an employer also in your mindset, that people can change so intensively, so drastically, if you work on them, you will not get there. So there's also awareness on the side of employers, but also on the side of society, that you can make an individual change so dramatically if you work also on the social and basic skills that should also come from school, by the way. But of course, there is an awareness there that need to be worked further.
Seamus, let me bring you in here because the second most disruptive force according to this survey, was globalization. Now, that's nothing new. We've been dealing with the impact of globalization, good and bad, for a long time. But it strikes me, too, that suddenly for the jobs market, that means that I can apply for a job anywhere in the world. I'm not competing with someone regionally, geographically, that lives in my city or my country. The jobs market is global, so I'm competing with skills, with people living anywhere else. What does that do to the way we think about work?
Well, that's very true, Ben, and it is the case, obviously, that globalization has these impacts. It makes it easy to establish global supply chains for workers to move, and all of that increases competition in the labour market and forces workers to upskill. But I think what the value of this research and this report is really, it looks across 4 global trends across different countries.
Yep.
And we see very clear patterns emerging. So yes, globalization, around 40% of workers say that they will need to, they can see their skills becoming obsolete, at least partially or fully in the next 5 years as a result of globalization. But what we see is technological change is the biggest driver of that anxiety amongst workers. Around 60% of workers say that they can perceive that their skills may become obsolete partially or fully over the next 5 years. And then climate change and environmental impacts are much lower. But what we see also is that while these global trends drive anxiety among workers about the resilience of their skill sets, they also drive upskilling in equal measures. So 60% of workers also say that as a result of technological change, they've upskilled in the last 5 years. 40% of workers said they've upskilled as a result of globalization, and then 20% in terms of climate change and environmental change. And what we see is that these patterns are distributed very similarly within countries, but very differently across countries.
Yeah.
So we see that where there are large impacts with respect to technological change, there will also be large impacts on workers upskilling in terms of globalization and so on and so forth. And we see countries such as Vietnam and China, countries that we would tend to describe as developing labour markets, being more exposed to these global trends, whereas the extent to which countries like the UK, China, so the UK and Norway and Japan, much less so. So if we take globalization, if you look at China and countries like Nigeria and Vietnam, 40% of workers said that they'll be driven in terms of upskilling as a result of globalization. 20% in Japan and the UK. So it looks as if there's a spectrum happening there. And some countries, a lot of these global forces seem to be worked through to an extent much more in some countries than in others. And what we have now is a data set that we can examine those trends. How are they evolving? Is it the case that China and Nigeria and Vietnam will move along that spectrum over time? We can look underneath the data to see who are the workers that are being affected by globalization, technological change, and what are the policies that data informs us. So it's a very exciting time in terms of the data infrastructure that we've built here.
And the point of who is affected is always so fascinating here, and that's why this survey is really interesting, because it looks at direct experiences. And Dr. Ahmed, let me bring you back in here, because we touched there on that sort of polarization, and there's a real danger, isn't there, that middle skills gap, and Johannes has touched on this as well, that is sort of forgotten, that actually we tend to think that in any radical shift, it's the bottom end of the market, maybe here, the low-skilled part that would suffer most. There's a real danger here. This is sort of the middle skill that really loses out from this revolution.
Let me start by saying, yes, definitely there is amount of uncertainty among individuals, what to do with all these changes. How do I be ready for the labor market? I really believe every economy should put a system in place to respond to the changes. If we stop at the job level, or maybe this polarization of highly skilled and low skilled, yes, okay, it's important, but what's the implication of this? If we take it to the industry level, to the firm level, to the occupation level, to understand that level of information, then it might give you, let's say, initiatives, policies, and programs to tackle this issue. Just after COVID, this is just maybe for the last 3 years, there is a huge trend all over the world to move to what they call skill-based organizations. So many organizations, I don't want to make names, but many organizations now, they're moving away to how they view their talent, and instead of just looking for job title and maybe degree, more into competences and skills of each individual. And basically how they move to that, they break down the jobs into tasks. And they link those tasks with different skills and competences. Then they map those skills to the skills of each individual. In a way, they deploy the individuals into different tasks, even though it's beyond maybe your department or your job title. To do that, you need to move to analyze at the job level, what are the tasks, what are the competences, and what's the skill record of each individual. What kind of skills that they can contribute to. Some firms, they went to the degree to create, let's say, a market of skills within the firms. So let's say you have this job today, you can put it in this platform and many people bid for it, whether internally and externally. The point that I want to emphasize is that skill polarization, yes, is there, the change is there, but once you don't have, let's say, a map, how to look into skills, how to look into jobs, it will be hard to do the right answer and response, whether it's a program or skilling or funding or any other initiatives.
You raised an important point there, and this was also an issue in the previous panel as well, about harnessing the skills of an older population as well. And Seamus, I want to ask you here about whether we're doing enough at the moment to harness that experience. The idea that you hit a certain age perhaps and maybe retire, taking with it your skills, your life experience, just because there's a sort of arbitrary number that says, you've hit a retirement age. How do we harness that and pay back to previous generations rather than just letting that walk out of the door and never come back?
Yeah, it's clear that all countries and most economies are now facing a demographic challenge, more some than others, and we've seen situations, particularly in the UK, where during COVID, lots of older people left the labour market earlier. And there are insights in our data, where our data shows that older cohorts tend to say that they upskill less, and they're less responsive to global challenges. So the question is, how do we retain that skill? And we've heard some of the answers in the previous panel in terms of organisational reform and reform of the tax and welfare system. And to some extent that there is a natural course in where policy is going. Pension ages are rising in most countries. People realise they're going to have to work longer in order to afford a pension because they expect to live longer. So I think there will be a natural shift towards a system where people will work longer in any case. But I think we also need to remember, again, taking a data point from our survey, that we have a world where 30% of people say that they are underskilled in their jobs, and that they're not able to use their skills and abilities. And they're predominantly younger workers that are affected by overskilling. So I think policy also has to look and ask the question, how do we effectively move the younger workers into these posts and these skilled posts as older people exit? And that is also a very important role for policy and has major implications for productivity.
Johannes, do you want to jump in here?
I think it's interesting you mentioned that the arbitrary number of 65. We're just working on a report, and we did, a colleague of mine did some research where that number is coming from.
Yeah.
And the oldest reference we could find is it's actually from 1935, I believe. The US Senate, when they introduced the pension law, the social insurance law, that's when they introduced the 65 in the debate as the dividing line between old and young, so to say. Since that's 90 years ago, life expectancy has increased tremendously, including healthy years of life that we have added. We're not just aging sick, we're aging very healthy, but that definition has stuck to our mind. Now, back in 35, I think the life expectancy in the US was 67, so they were planning on 2 years of retirement, and that was probably not enough, right? Now it's much longer, that's fine, but I think, as Seamus was saying, I think it's maybe eventually the time that we work will also shift outwards, and I think our health is much better, our brains are also better. I think we will also be able to keep up with reskilling ourselves for longer.
Just quickly to add to this, I remember during the engagement of G20 in Japan, they define youth until the age of 34, and they do have the issue that people after they retire, they live 30 or 40 years healthy life, and they are retired, and they're thinking one of the issue how to bring those people back to the labor market. But I just want to comment, while we live longer, most of the skills now live shorter. So the average life of many skills specifically technical skills, are shorter than 5 or 10 years ago. I remember a quote of one of the IBM manager. He's saying, hard skills are soft. It's the soft skills that is hard. So definitely it's an issue of how you look into skills, specifically with the technical skills that is short-lived. What stays with you is the employability skills.
Yeah. Roberto, it's interesting, and you mentioned there Japan. I think it was Japan and Europe. There was a surprising lack of concern in this report about aging populations. Have we just not really got our head around what impact that will have on the labour force?
Let me also just pick the point that the Vice Ministers referred to in terms of this prediction cycles. According to a survey that we did with the ILO already, it was immediately before the pandemic, the prediction capacity of companies in terms of skills went to 5 years now to 3 years. So in terms of how I can really foresee the skills that we will need, we go back to a situation in which this cycle is shorter. But there is a bad presumption that because you are getting older, you will not get there. More and more, this presumption is enhanced by the dynamics of the market. You refer to data that there is a kind of surprise that in Europe and in Japan, there is not such a big concern regarding aging. Perhaps what we should ask ourselves is whether the social protection systems really help, whether regulations, and I am also referring to labor regulations, really help. Of course, there are some steps being taken, and I give the example of my own country, Spain. My pension in Spain, I will receive it when I get 67 now, and likely it will be 68. But at the same time, I have to say that right now, the social protection systems in many of these countries and the incentives are still not there. Also, the part-time schemes that can let you combine working and receiving your pension is still not a good framework for incentivize these workers. And there is also, perhaps that answers the question, there is a mentality, learnability mentality that we all have to have, meaning I need to update my skills on a constant basis. So if you don't have this mentality, perhaps your concern is not so much there because I have a social protection system that is there. At the end, I will receive my pension. So it's not a big thing. So that could help to explain, but there is much to do in terms of policy.
Johannes, let me pick up on the other end of the spectrum then, younger people, because we've talked about keeping older people in work for longer. What about younger people? Because they feel particularly pessimistic, according to this report, about their opportunities to be able to get the skills that they need for the future. And that's something we've heard throughout today of, if we don't know what the jobs are, how do we train our young people for them? And is it any wonder, therefore, that people are feeling somewhat pessimistic about their ability to respond to the jobs of the future?
Well, I think that's why we make the distinction between what we call technical skills, which is what you need for your current jobs. And frankly speaking, we probably know how to teach technical skills. You set up a course, you teach people what to do for the job. The challenge is what we call the foundational skills, which are the skills that you need for the rest of your life, that keep you learning, that keep you want to learn, all of that. Now, these foundational skills, they really need to be built up at the very beginning from the first 1,000 days early childhood development all the way to tertiary education. And it's here where the education system already plays a huge role, of course, together with families, but as a government, of course, you focus on the education system where you foster those foundational skills, the soft skills, but also, your even things like literacy and numeracy, the really foundational skills that will help you later throughout your entire life. But I think the challenge is still later on that you need an education system not only that focuses on the foundational skills, but that also has the flexibility to respond to whatever changes are in the market. And there's always some inertia in a system, including in the education system, that needs to be overcome. It can be overcome through things like what Saudi Arabia is doing here and other countries have been doing, the sectoral skills councils, things like that.
Yeah, and let's just pick up on that finally, if I can, on those skills councils, because you've got 13 sector skill councils now, I think covering about 3/4 of all the economy. Just talk to me about the work that you're doing there.
Well, quickly, let me go back to the report. I remember in the report, Saudi Arabia and India specifically, they showed the highest trust of those people who respond to the government actions when it comes to skill development. I think that goes back to the active skill management and managing the whole ecosystem when it comes to skills. So that's why, going back to the previous point when I said demand-driven approach, we set up 13 sector skill councils so far. This is only 2024. We have more than 240 members from the private sector, mainly, and from other government entities. Those sectors represent 85% of GDP and around 80% of workers. We're already progressing with the private sector of identification of the skill demand, what's the voice of the private sector of what the skill they need, the programs, because at the end, they are the one employing the outcome of the education and training system. We're moving now to issuing Saudi skill taxonomy. We issued the first version last month. And we basically want to provide a language between different parties, whether it's education, individual, or employers, that is based on skills, not anything else.
Sadly, our time is up. It's been fascinating to talk to all of you. As I say at all of these things, this is just a shop window. This is a little snapshot of the specialism of our speakers. I'm sure each of them, and I'll speak on your behalf, but we'll be delighted to meet with any of you to talk through more detail. A reminder, of course, the full report, the really interesting study of the global labour market is available on the GLMC website, so please do check it out. And there's a great summary there of some of the key findings, but we've just touched on a few of them, but there's plenty more in a really comprehensive study. So please, ladies and gents, show your appreciation to our panel. Thank you. Nice to see you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. So thank you so much to my panelists. There is so much more for us to get through. Now we have a very special address to tell you about. So my thanks first of all to Dr. Ahmed, to Johannes, to Dr. Seamus, and to Roberto. Now next up for you at the GLMC, Bu Yulong, who is the chairman of the CIIC group, will speak. I should say, we'll address you in Chinese, so there is full translation available on your headset. It's available on Channel 3.
'Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer for the invitation. I'm extremely delighted to be in Riyadh, an ancient city with thousands of years of history, to discuss and exchange ideas on labor market topics with industry colleagues from all around the world. And today is the most important traditional festival in China, the Spring Festival. Traditionally, people would renew with their families today to welcome the Chinese New Year and wish for good luck. Although it is the first time in over 60 years of my lifetime that I have not been able to reunite with my family due to official duties, I feel extremely honored and happy to be gathered here with colleagues and friends from various countries. Now, based on my experience in the human resources industry, I would like to share some thoughts and ideas. And then, due to my just social English, I have to make my speech in Chinese. 一，全球劳动力市场呈现的新趋势、新特点。
First, new trends and characteristics in the global labor market. The global economic growth is slowing down, and labor market recovery remains challenging. The World Bank predicts global economic growth will stay at 2.7% for the next 2 years, matching 2024, but lower than the pre-pandemic level. Meanwhile, International Labour Organization research shows the global unemployment rate in 2024 remains at 5%, with youth unemployment at a high 12.6%. Studies indicate unemployment rates in the US is 4.1%, Eurozone 6.3%, and Asia 4.7%, indicating that the labor market recovery faces challenges. Second, the rapid development of AI technology significantly impacts the supply-demand structure of the labor market. By 2030, AI is projected to contribute $20 trillion to the global economy, bringing changes to the labor market. And it will have new changes to the labor market. On the one hand, AI boosts labor efficiency, creating new industries, business models, and job opportunities, freeing workers from repetitive tasks and allowing them to engage in higher value work. On the other hand, job matching faces new challenges. AI applications are increasingly affecting professions unable to adapt to technological advances, with standardized and repetitive roles such as customer service and logistics being particularly vulnerable. Studies predict that 50% of existing jobs will be replaced by AI between 2030 and 2060, highlighting the urgent need for skill retraining and upskilling. Third, the scale of flexible employment continues to expand, diversifying work methods. With the rapid growth of the digital economy, more workers are turning to digital platforms for flexible employment, leading to looser employment structures and increasingly blurred boundaries between the employees and organizations. In China, over 200 million people were engaged in flexible employment by 2023. This number is expected to reach 400 million by 2036. As this grows and personalized forms such as ride-hailing drivers, food delivery services, and live streaming e-commerce are increasingly favored by young generations, signaling a shift from the traditional model characterized by long-term, stable, and fixed employment. For example, a well-known live streaming e-commerce blogger in China, Dong Yuhui, has over 26 million followers on Chinese TikTok, with a single live stream session attracting over 50 million viewers and annual sales reaching 9.3 billion yuan. Experience and practices in the Chinese labor market. In 2024, China's GDP reached 134.9 trillion yuan, with a year-on-year growth of 5%, contributing significantly to global economic stability and growth. On this basis, our government has always prioritized employment in economic and social development and firmly implemented the job-first strategy, achieving relatively full employment in the nation with a population of more than 1.4 billion. Significant expansion and continued labor structure optimization. In 2023, China's employed population reached 740 million. The average annual number of new urban jobs exceeded 10 million, and last year this number was 12.56 million. Technological progress and industrial upgrading have driven employment structure optimization, with the tertiary sector absorbing nearly 50%, becoming the largest container for jobs. Regulations have improved, effectively protecting workers' rights. Laws like the Labor Law of the People's Republic of China established market-driven mechanisms for employment decisions and wage formation based on supply and demand. In 2025, employment support plans will focus on key industries, sectors, rural-urban areas, and SMEs. Mechanisms for coordinating labor relations have been refined, ensuring standardized employment practices and better safeguarding workers' legal rights and interests. The human resources service industry is thriving, becoming a key force in stabilizing and expanding employment. China's human resources industry has gained accelerated momentum, showing a new traits such as scalability, digitalization, and internationalization. By 2023, nearly 70,000 HR service agencies provided different services to 331 million workers. The intelligent level has been continuously improved. Technologies like online recruitment, e-contracts, and AI generations are emerging. The Belt and Road HR Service Initiative has deepened cultural and human exchanges, working together to promote the prosperous development of the global labor market. A Chinese saying goes, when hearts are united and intentions aligned, nothing is impossible to achieve. We hope to use this conference as an opportunity to work with colleagues worldwide to jointly promote the prosperity of the global labor market. Here I would like to put forward 3 proposals. First, let us work together to build an employment-friendly development model, prioritize high quality and sufficient employment as a key goal of economic and social development, strengthen the synergy between employment and industrial growth, foster new productivity, identify economic growth drivers, cultivate new employment momentum, and promote the coordinated interaction of economic development and job creation. Second, let us work together to improve the market-based employment service system, fully leverage the role of the human resources service industry in providing market information, enhancing work skills, and reducing business operating costs, continue supporting workers in achieving stable employment and creating value while constantly enhancing their sense of fulfillment, happiness, and security. Third, let us work together to strengthen the protection of workers' rights, promote exchanges and mutual learning among countries, improve rights protection systems adapted to flexible employment, eliminate unreasonable restrictions and discrimination that hinder equal employment, and actively create a fair, just, inclusive, and accessible labor environment, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to achieve development through hard work. Chinese President Xi Jinping has pointed out that China's determination to open up remains unwavering, with its door to the world only opening wider. As a firm supporter and driver of globalization, China has continuously improved its international business environment in recent years, introducing policies such as expanding visa-free entry to facilitate global personnel exchanges and enhancing its level of openness. We remain committed to sharing opportunities and dividends with the world through high-level opening up. We warmly welcome countries worldwide to invest and do business in China and look forward to fostering closer human connections through economic changes, jointly building a community with a shared future for mankind. Finally, I wish this conference great success and extend my best wishes to all guests for good health, successful careers, and happy families. Thank you all.
Bu Yonglun, thank you so very much for your address. One of the things that I think is emerging in this afternoon's session is the question of time. Time in terms of where we come from, time in terms of how we teach young people from, really young age to teens, to university, high school, etc. And also time in terms of the skills we've acquired and what we do at this chosen moment of retirement. Somebody decided that it was going to be 65, and that's what it is for so many people. So time has become an important element on this journey of life of work. And that journey comes in many different forms, in my view. And our next conversation is going to be looking at an organization which pretty much needs no introduction, but we will tell you which one it is nonetheless. But it's also a journey of that organization and how it has managed the skill set that it has currently and how it is going about thinking about what the future is going to look like. The future of work in terms of the organization itself, but also the future of the country in which the organization is located. So I've been looking forward to this conversation for quite a few days. I hope you're going to give me help me in giving a very, very warm welcome to the Senior Vice President of Human Resources at Aramco. Yes, it doesn't need introduction. Faisal Al-Haji. Thank you very much, Faisal, for joining me, please.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
It's kind of nice sitting. This is the first time I'm sitting down here today. I actually quite like it down here. Thank you for making the time to join us.
Thank you for the invite.
I think it's quite clear. Anybody who knows anything about Aramco knows that it's quite a remarkable organization. And I think what is also interesting is the recognition that Saudi Arabia as a country is extremely ambitious. It's trying to do many things in a fairly short period of time. So organizations like yours become an integral part of that process in trying to deliver. And let's use Plan 2030 as an example. How exactly are you contributing to the skill set development in this country?
Thank you very much. If I may, before I answer these questions, I would like to reflect back and put some foundational explanation for what we do inside Aramco. I know you did not go to our booth, but if you visit our booth...
Well, you know, if you don't answer, I'll come back anyway, so don't worry about it.
If you visit our booth, you'll be able to visualize what I'm about to explain better. So in Aramco, our development occurs over a lifelong journey of the employment of each individual. And it came as a result of 90 years legacy in training and development. So the end of this legacy is we have a robust foundational program that serves the crowd that joins Saudi Aramco, be it professional or industrial. By the way, the majority of our workforce is industrial. Once that foundational development completes, then different tracks using different forms and venue could introduce. I'll give you an example. Engineers, once they finish the foundational development period, they'll go either to specialization, certification, or leadership. The way we do this varies. So we do it through small bites, micro-learning, e-learning platforms, classic academic setting like a classroom setting, advanced degree, and we do something very unique inside Aramco, which we bring a master degree, we call it master degree in-house. We work with 20 different institutes across the globe, and whereby we have completed 1,000 graduates with master degree that were delivered in our premises with a small blend done at the campus of the host schools. So this is what we do in general. Now, in specific to your question, all this learning that we have accumulated through the 90 years, we offer to the kingdom through different forms. So we start as early as high school. We offer summer enrichment program for high school student. We offer STEM education, and this is not only in Saudi Arabia, but also abroad. It's been our legacy to contribute to the society we operate in, and this in Kingdom, out of Kingdom, of course, because we are largely present in Kingdom, we do this more in Kingdom. So as I said, summer STEM college requirements that are nowadays, like His Excellency, the Minister of Human Resource and Social Development mentioned today, we do accommodate students that are in college. They come for training inside Saudi Aramco, and once they complete the period, then it helps them to graduate. And many, many, many more. I can go on for explanation of what we do when it comes to the kingdom development.
It sounds like it, and it sounds like there's a lot of work that's been done to figure out how to do it in a way that is effective across the board, because obviously we understand that one size cannot and does not fit all. One element that anybody who's been in this room today can appreciate, and I suppose anywhere in the world, is about digital and digital skills. How are you addressing that within your organization?
Well, allow me to first to say that when it comes to the digital arena, we started way back. And we have been maintaining among the top 10 companies that have large computing power. Nonetheless, we acknowledge the challenge. We understand that digital skills, they are evolving, and the good news is we measured ourselves through a third party, and we think that we are in similar position as the rest. It's a challenging space, but what we have done is we have started, I think, 2019, investing in educations in measures that are around the Industrial 4.0 revolutions. So by today, we have roughly 300 of our employees either acquiring education in those new majors, be it data scientists, artificial intelligence, machine learning, or have graduated. And this, by the way, applies to both undergrad and postgrad. These skills are also complemented by some of the platforms I have described. So e-learning certification is going through the roof. E-learning platform to complement and the AI skills is booming. And we have deployed what we call it MetaBrain. MetaBrain is our large language model. As we speak, we're building it. It will be the first industrial AI platform. Once completed, we will have full deployment of AI across the company.
I think the reality, the picture that you're painting is that there's a lot being done, and I don't think anybody's going to doubt or question that. But I think in reality in life, that not everything happens the way that we hope or that we want. What would you say, if I had to ask you to identify one area of challenge that you within Aramco have found when it comes to the skills question, what would that be?
I think we're not different from other companies who are operating in the region. Attrition is quite challenging, and especially when you have a booming industry. When it first happens, people within our company or other company, they think it's green the other side. So once they go, they realize it's not green, then it slows down. So attrition...
So you're counting on that. You're counting on the fact that they do come back and realize that it's been better in Aramco.
They do.
But go ahead. So if you say that they do, would it then be safe to say that unlike with so many environments where you have attrition and a lot of movement in terms of the human capital in the organization, that yours tends to be more still? In other words, people tend to stay within Aramco longer, even though they may move around to different departments? Or how does it look for you?
Three things. First, I want to finish off the attrition. So the attrition, we don't largely regret, because whoever leaves us contribute to the kingdom at large.
Yeah.
On the attraction front, can you guess the number of applicants per minute that applies to Aramco?
Oh, I have no idea, Faisal. We've got 3 minutes. You have to tell me.
We have 2 applicants per minute. And this not only for direct employment, supplemental manpower who helps us, the different enrichment programs that I have described. So the total applicants throughout the day is 2 applicants per minute. So we are enjoying a great source for attraction. Number one, we're enjoying unique value propositions that we have for our employees. And we employ individuals, we employ them for life.
Yeah.
So we have, although I talk about attrition, we have the lowest attrition that I know of.
And as you say, attrition is a norm, right? It happens within any organization, and it's also a great way to bring in new blood and new opinions and new perspectives. But I think I have to note what is appreciative in terms of your view is how the attrition can also become a contributing factor to the broader market of labor in your jurisdiction. So even though they don't stay, they go into the market with a certain level of skills which contribute, and it also creates the space for rejuvenation. If there was one thing, and I didn't mention this to you, but it's not a trick, I promise. If there was one thing that you think needs to change in the broader labor market, but as we were looking into the region, what do you think that one thing needs to be to make the skills space within the region better than it currently is?
I think the conference we're sitting in is a great example. We need more of this to collaborate, understand each other, understand the market need, and not to be competing against each other, number one. Number two, you asked in the morning, and I did not raise my hand, by the way, when you said, who thinks that workforce will be replaced by AI? I think there has to be more understanding around AI. I don't think AI will replace the workforce we have. It will help.
Yeah.
It will replace some of the highly repetitive skills, but it will only complement the workforce. There has to be more dialogue around those areas. This is something that will help the kingdom at large and the nation. And I must say, what I have seen today, the diversity of subjects that have been brought up, a different debate is very healthy. We need more of this.
I think this is so interesting because I think that's a universal application of the things that you talk about. I mean, I live in South Africa, and certainly on the African continent, it is very much about how do we share, how do we pool, how do we create opportunity to learn from each other, particularly on the skills question. And a point that I would like to get your views on is one that has been made a couple of times, particularly this afternoon, and that is around how AI and technology be used to improve productivity rather than this fear notion that everything is going to replace people, that people are just going to have to function in a different way because there are some things that we can appreciate technology won't be able to do. In other words, analysis, etc. So what is your thought on that?
Absolutely. I think it was said very well in the session before the speech.
Yes.
When they were talking about the soft skills, they will remain to be a requirement, and there was a elaborative discussion around the soft skills. Regardless whether you have AI or not, you still have people that can sell better, that can communicate better, that can pursue better. So this is a great example that illustrates that AI will not replace workforce.
From your lips to the voice and ears of AI that it's not going to happen, we will not allow it to happen. Faisal, thank you so very much. I was looking forward to this conversation. Thank you. And a thank you to him. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you. And if I can ask you. So our conversation is going to continue in just a moment. And we're going to move to a view that I think has also become really important. We've spoken about the silver dividend, right? What are we going to do and how are we going to think differently about those of us who perhaps aren't as young as we may like to think we are? The second question, however, is the flip side of that coin. Young people, and how are they really, really thinking about the space that they occupy, the opportunities that may or may not exist for them, and how this AI question really comes into play. That conversation, I think, becomes really, really crucial because we have to think about how we skill young people. What do we do with them? What do we teach them? When we say we have to be ready, what does being ready actually look like? How do we make sure that we are ready in such a way that whatever the future brings, we can not only manage it, that we can actually benefit and enhance it? I have to admit, once again, one of those conversations that I have been looking forward to for a few days now. So please help me in welcoming two people who are going to help us understand this picture about what young people think a little bit better. Stephen Cotton is the General Secretary of the International Transport Workers Federation, and Bettina Schaller is the President of the World Employment Confederation. Please give them a very, very warm welcome. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
How's your day?
Well, thanks. Oh my goodness, another Safa. How are you? Please take a seat to both of you. Stephen, I hope they're not going to think we're biased because we come from the same part of the world. So I will confess that we both come from South Africa.
I'm a Londoner.
Oh, you're a Londoner. Okay, so... Okay, all right, okay. We'll give you the Londoner.
Don't want to offend any Londoners.
Don't want to offend...
particularly our friends in South Africa.
Okay, okay. We won't offend anybody. Good to have you both here. So, the first question that we have to think about when it comes to young people is how do you approach this changing space of work? We are still in so many ways married to a traditional way of thinking. You go to school, sort of towards high school, you're starting to pick what subjects you want to do because you're going to go to university, and then you're going to get a job. But the end is looking very different to how we are skilling young people. How are young people thinking about the world of work when it comes to them? And Bettina, if I can come to you first.
First of all, my husband is South African, so I think we might really have a little bit of a, but you know, we can't say. And maybe that's a good one to pick up because doesn't it depend so much on where you are in the world, actually, right? And I was thinking hard. ahead of this, because really, if you have this Western background, I think your outlook is going to be different in terms of what you're going to expect from the labor market. And if I generalize for the Western world, with the demographic trend where so many people are coming out of the labor market very soon, just numerically, actually, it looks quite good if you're young these days, because you're going to have a perspective, you're likely going to have a job, the scarcity is so high. So this is just in terms of the approach, right? Yeah. If you're, of course, now in India, where we have more than 1 million young people entering the labor market every month, there's no jobs out there. So your perspective as a young person is going to be completely different, and you will want to, likely look outside of your country as well. So there's all these elements of what it means in terms of, your life as a family person as well, etc. And I haven't even started talking about the skills, right? So this is something to consider. But in general, I think there's two big elements here. As a young person, you will want to make sure that you've got the digital skills, and I've listened in. Obviously, that's everything everybody's talked about. We know that education systems are not fit for purpose. Yeah. We know that they are not providing those skills. There's no certification given to young people. So this is something young people will have to grapple with themselves. And again, depending on where they live, they get help or not, right? But if they don't have the digital skills, irrelevantly and independently of the sector where they're in, they're going to struggle. And the second element, I think, for young people today is the notion of working time. I wanted to bring that one in. So far, the world has been quite organized, and there's been certain working hours, but that is gone. And so what that means as a young person, as you enter the labor market, knowing that basically you're not going to have certain protections just in terms of how your time is spent in the job, I think is a special one. I mean, there's initiatives around the right to disconnect, because we know, we see already now young people are completely overwhelmed because of that notion, having to work too much almost. Yeah.
That's a very interesting point, because I think, to your point about looking at different spaces, in some spaces there is that understanding about the right to disconnect and being able to disconnect. In other environments, the competition is so high that people feel compelled not to disconnect, because if I'm disconnected and not available, they're going to go to someone else, and then I'm lost. And how do we find that balance? So therefore, that brings me to you. If we are then talking about how we think around the rights of people in the work environment and how they are approaching, therefore, the work environment, wanting to self-protect, but also wanting to make sure that they're able to work, how are they presenting when they come to you in that conversation?
So both questions and covered a lot of the points. So I think it very much depends where you fit in our global society. So if we go to the original question, the academic path to a very good job is one solution, but we still think there's 77% of the global workforce in precarious work. And by the nature of precarious work, if we talk about young people, that means if you don't go to work, you don't get paid. So the privilege to balance work-life balance is not a geographical guarantee. So there's a number of questions of how do young people feel. For the unions, we've had to look at ourselves about how to make more space for young people. And there's certainly, I don't think that's an academic conversation or a place in the world where you fit. Young people have been exposed to so much more of the world, and perhaps people of my generation, that their aspirations are very high, and their determination to be heard is also part of that conversation, which then challenges us, whichever part of the stakeholders we are, about how can we hear this, how can we balance the changing world. So, new forms of employment, which we tend to struggle with as the labour movement. Young people, some of the young people we survey want a flexible life. They want to have a career that is more creative, that may not guarantee the financial that you need to be there 5 days a week between so many hours and so many hours. So the reality is we're not leaving a perfect pie because we've also got all the new challenges. Yeah. What does digitalisation mean? What are all these things? And young people aspire to set their own path. I think that is predominant, whether we're in Africa, whether we're in Latin America, whether in Europe. They have their own expectations of what they'll contribute to our society.
I'd like to follow up a little bit on the conversation of the unions and how they're occupying space. In so many jurisdictions, as I said, I'm South African, and what we're seeing in my country is that people are increasingly not wanting to become unionized because they're feeling like it's not necessarily serving them, it's not necessarily relevant. How are you trying to fix that? And not just in terms of the older people, because it tends to be them who are members of unions, a lot of the younger people, and saying, well, you know, we can actually help you. So far, it seems that for them, the lesson has been, no, actually, you can't.
Every panel I go to, I seem to get the really difficult question, which I welcome because we're having a look at ourselves.
Yeah.
That's the first question. I'm probably on the most gender-balanced panel of my day. So that's congratulations to you.
Yeah,
so
we just want to make sure that you're a little bit
No, that's okay. So gender is a major piece of work. ITF, my organisation, has been working for 25 years. Transport is terrible when it comes to gender equality. So there's a lot of conversations about men at the top of trade unions, transport in particular, but we're addressing our own weaknesses, and then the conversation about youth. We have a battle in conversations about the gig economy or platform appointment, and you know, historically, our traditional power base, certainly in my organisation, was European and North American, which is one set of economic drivers and one set of shared history. But as we've looked at how we can bring more unions in from the global south, we've also had to recognise that would change some of the aspirations. So the assumption that everybody wants to be in the same job from the time they leave school to the time they retire, I don't think that resonates at all with young people.
No.
So we have to look at how do we bring solutions, and probably if we explore working with industry about the problems we have in labour supply. So everything we're talking about is the labour market. We have a disconnect between the new skills that we think we might need to have. We're not quite sure what they are yet. And we have an ageing industrial workforce. I had a conversation in Switzerland last week about actually they might want to not do lifelong learning. Certainly if you don't make it worth your while. So how are you going to deliver that? And then you've got young people that say, well, I'm not afraid of technology. I grew up with it. I can learn a lot from it. My job can be much more satisfying if I balance it both in a physical way and in a mental way with being rewarding. So our challenge is to change.
The picture is so complex, but actually to your point, to me, one element that brings all youth together, thanks to technology, is the fact that they can have a voice themselves as youth and as organizations even. So they don't need the trade unions, apologies for that, right? But, the generation we're in wants to hear that voice as well. And they're speaking up, which is wonderful. And the media is listening to them as well. So this is one of the differences these days.
Does this then suggest that there needs to be a rethink around who is in the room having the conversation about skills and future of work, right? Because at the moment we tend to focus a lot of, oh yeah, schools need to come together and have that conversation with employers. But you know, what about government? What about the young people themselves? What about trade unions? How do we have that conversation? Again, in my example, you know, there's this annual event that happens in South Africa when employers and trade unions have to go and have it out over the table, and I don't want this, and I need this percent. And I'm thinking, why are we having that conversation as opposed to how do we make sure that the skill set that our people have helps to keep them in employment for a little bit longer? But we can't have that conversation if there are people missing in the room. So how do we get people into the room, and who needs to be in the room? And then I'd like to hear your response on the same question, please.
That is the ideal model, isn't it? And I guess the luck I have is with a South African husband, I'm Swiss. And so I can actually speak on behalf of, there's a few countries in the world where that exact model, where bringing everybody to the table and discussing and making sure that in the model, in the system, you have everybody around the table works. That's the apprenticeship model in Switzerland, which is the absolute gold standard country. It's a country that has de facto no youth unemployment. It's a country where employability is guaranteed from the beginning. It's a country where, again, systemically, structurally, everybody's around the table, and where the curricula, which are built between the private sector, academia, the schools, and then, of course, the authorities who co-finance as well, the youngsters are part of that as well. And the best example of why this is fit for purpose and fit for future is that in those digital skills and in those current jobs and future jobs that require all that digital know-how, the apprentices in Switzerland who intuitively have grown up with digital tools, they bring that to the workplace. They exchange with their tutors in the workplace within the apprenticeship experience that they're having. So yes, but that's in general. And don't we constantly speak about how collaboration is the key to everything, but then actually it does not happen? I'm literally, with the year 2025, I feel like it's been, come on, how can we, and are we going to, after these 2 days, and we're all going to say, collaboration, it's still not happening. So yes, we have to bring all the stakeholders to the table, and the beauty about, in that case, the Swiss model is it proves that it can be done.
Stephen, I'm not even going to ask you the question. I'm just going to let you speak because I think...
So we have South Africa on one hand, and we have Switzerland on the other.
In the middle. You're supposed to
like,
disagree, but how can you disagree?
No, I'm not supposed to disagree. I'm supposed to say that the actual reality of both countries is quite significantly different.
Of course.
And therein lies the paradox about how do you build the table. So for us, it's 100% agree that the stakeholders have to be at the table, young people have to be at the table, women have to be at the table, minorities and those with disabilities need to be in our perfect model. So that sounds great.
So what's the reality?
It actually sounds horrible because it's as if it's only the men, middle-aged men, which are the baseline, and then we get all these other ones in.
I wasn't putting age profile on who the leaders are. No. That's also a process. But the reality is cost is driving a lot of these issues. The issues in South Africa is a lot of cost-driven, the investment. You've got a very stable economy, which I think many people would be envious of, and that model can work in that environment, but it's also a rules-based environment. Mm-hmm. So you're bringing people to a rules-based environment. I think it's very difficult if we're talking about young people to separate political and aspirations from their reality. So their reality is not going to conform to that academic conversation we had at the beginning. If you're at the part of the global south where you're striving for an opportunity, the idea of sitting in a table in the middle of a room is a utopia so far away from your reality. So we need to work with those that can make a difference. We need to discuss in places like this how we can make sure the people that, let's say, are the Europeans, and I'm representing myself as a European today, have had centuries of growth and opportunity. If I speak to our Global South members, irrespective of age or gender, they don't want to lose out because we're changing everything. They want to work out how can they manage this. And then it's a conversation between policymakers and government, the global north and global south, and we see how that's going.
Okay, that number is ticking down really rapidly, unfortunately. So I'm going to ask just one more question, and hopefully you guys can give me a brief response. I like the contention, but the time doesn't allow.
I have time. I can.
You have time. Yeah, we all have time. We'll just.
Be worried about the audience.
Okay. Okay. So, young people. The expectation thus far has been that young people make adaptations in order to fit into an existing system. Are we actually suggesting that we need to have a more real conversation about how the system needs to change, and how do we do it, taking into consideration that there are environments where it's readily doable, And there are other environments where the imperatives are driving different agendas. How do we then do that? 30 seconds? Okay, 40 seconds, 40 seconds.
To me, this is the mic drop moment of this conference.
In 40 seconds.
Because yes, the system has to change. That is exactly it. But not because of the youth only, but because of the entire system. Today's labor markets, most of them were built after the Second World War when the world looked completely different. And we are dragging institutions since then that are not fit for present and purpose. So yes, the system needs to change. We have enough great practices and examples of great things that work, and social dialogue is one of those elements. Let's take those forward, but let's drop the others. And we're not capable of doing that. So absolutely, let's change the system. Revolution, I mean. And for the youth as well.
She's starting it.
I can sign up to the revolution. The reality for us is we've got to find a better way. And we've existed in circles. And we talk about cooperation. In fact, we were having a chat in the green room. The reality is sometimes you go to these places and people say the right thing, but then they don't do anything. And that's a problem about confidence. If we want a better system and we want to do it in a constructive and thoughtful way, to be ready for all these new challenges that everyone is told is going to take your job away, we have to work much harder to be together, and make decisions.
This has been so much fun. I've so enjoyed this conversation. I think you two are going to go back to the green room and try to figure out how we're going to make all of this happen, while I'm going to ask our audience to give them a round of applause in appreciation. Thank you so very much.
Absolute pleasure.
It's been a pleasure to meet you. If I can ask you to head off that way. Oh, I loved that. I loved that. I probably shouldn't be saying that out loud. So, now that we've been energized, okay, let me say, I've been totally energized, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the outcome of their conversation in the green room is going to be. The reality is that we always have to be quite future-focused when we're talking about the labor market and when we're having conversations about change and transformation. How do we make sure we're going to think better about it, or more deliberately or more specifically about it? Well, let's take a look at the next generation in numbers. To do that, please welcome Dr. Angus Hervey. He is the founder of Fix the News.
Good evening. According to the news, we are living through an era of unprecedented global crisis. The climate crisis, an ecological crisis. We are living through problems in the world like the war in Ukraine, devastation in Gaza. We are suffering from humanitarian crises in Sudan, Yemen, Mali, Haiti, Venezuela, the DRC. Geopolitical tensions rise, debts accumulate, trade networks strain, productivity plummets. We face a crisis of institutions, a crisis of multilateralism, a crisis of global cooperation. Populations are aging, communities are divided. Beneath these tangible disruptions, deeper tremors too, an erosion of shared truths, of human connection, of mental resilience, a crisis of meaning. Or perhaps just permacrisis, the polycrisis, crisis everywhere, all at once. And yet, people around the world are reporting something surprising. They're feeling okay. In fact, they're actually feeling more than okay. Last year, in October, Ipsos, the polling firm, conducted a survey are people in 33 countries representing about 2/3 of the world's population, including all of the major economies and significant emerging markets. And what they showed is that in most countries, a majority of people are feeling optimistic about 2025. There are a few surprises here. So if we have a look, the Philippines up there in 4th place with 86%, 84% and 79% for South Africa and Argentina, respectively. Those are two countries which have experienced their fair share of economic turmoil and social challenges. Down here, the perennially miserable Brits are still optimistic, 61% of them looking forward to 2025. Even Germany, in the midst of a historic economic slump, 56% of people there somehow managed to find a way to look forward to the year ahead. In fact, the only two countries in the world where half or more of the population say that 2025 will be worse than 2024, France and Japan. Overall, about 71% of people worldwide think that this year will be better than last year. Now, this could just be because 2024 was a particularly bad year, set against the backdrop of ongoing conflict, economic turmoil, and political upheaval. Or it could be that people are just delusional. Maybe hope truly does spring eternal. But if we go back and look at the year that was, around half of people are now saying that 2024 was actually a good year for them and their family. That's back to the same sort of levels as the mid-2010s, and it's almost back to pre-pandemic levels. And this rising sense of kind of cautious optimism, well, we can also see it that's 2 seconds over here. Over here, here we go. This rising sense of optimism reflected in the world's largest survey conducted by Gallup that covers 98% of the global population. And what we can see there is that positive emotions are back up to their highest level since the pandemic, and negative emotions have fallen for the first time since 2014. Needless to say, this is unexpected. There's more talk than ever these days about how the world is descending into chaos. AI is going to kill us all. Climate change will get us if AI doesn't. And you've probably heard about how young people are experiencing a mental health crisis. But if we separate this graph out according to age group, what we can see there is that young people are a lot more optimistic than the rest of us. In fact, they've been propping the rest of us up for about 2 decades. And they bounced back quicker than the rest of us after the pandemic. Now, obviously, there are regional variations. In North America and Europe, young people are reporting declining positive experiences. But on a whole, as a whole, the world's young people keep on showing up as consistently more optimistic and more resilient than the rest of us. That is not the message that we are used to hearing. Instead, we keep on hearing that young people are broke, they're unemployed, they're depressed, and they're worried about the end of the world. They are so pessimistic that they have started doom spending, apparently, which is when you spend too much money, money you don't have, because you're so worried about the negative emotions, about the impending apocalypse. And also, of course, young people are used to this. 1 in 5 have never heard of a spanner. 1 in 4 cannot change a light bulb. This is from a survey done in the UK earlier this month. So what is the story here? Are young people okay, or are young people in trouble? Well, I'm an economist and a journalist. I use data to tell stories about the world. And so what I thought we would do, given that it is the global labor market conference, is I thought we should take a look here at what is happening globally for young generations. So what we have over here is the distribution of the world population according to age. These labels over here for generations are actually marketing terms, but we're just going to go with them. I was born in 1983, so I'm what's known as an elderly millennial. I am old enough to remember a world before the internet and young enough that it's been the defining technology of my lifetime. My daughters, aged 3 and 5, belong to Generation Alpha, and my 3rd child, due in March this year, is going to be one of the first members of Generation Beta. But for the purposes of this conference, we're thinking really here about Gen Z, the people born between 1997 and 2012. Now, each generation normally comes with a narrative. So the boomers were born in a world of plenty, Gen X are the rebels, millennials, we were defined by the financial crisis. Gen Z, the story there is that smartphones ruined their lives, and they're going to lead much grimmer lives than their parents. But the problem with these narratives, which the media loves, is that they can often be misleading. So, for example, the term baby boomers works fine if you're in the United Kingdom or the United States, but Nigeria, India, and Brazil didn't experience population booms back then. And so what really matters here is not necessarily when you were born, but also where you were born. And that's the first real problem here about our narratives on Gen Z, because 4/5 of them live in emerging economies. Youngsters in places like Jakarta and Nairobi and Mumbai are better educated, healthier, wealthier, and more connected and more informed than their parents were. And there are a lot of them. 2 billion strong, 25% of the world's population. This will be the largest generation in human history. Generation Alpha will be smaller because it's over a shorter time period, and also because we are seeing declining birth rates. So this generation really kind of matters. What can we say about them then at a global level? Well, in the course of their lifetimes, they have seen the world change dramatically, and mostly for the better. When the first members of Gen Z were born, UN member states came together to commit to reducing poverty from 1990 levels by half by 2015. Not only did humanity smash that goal, we reached it and we smashed it and we surpassed it, which means we've lifted 1 billion people out of extreme poverty in this century. That has mostly been led by China and India, but they are not alone. In recent years, we've seen tens of millions of people lifted out of poverty in Vietnam, Cambodia, the Philippines, Mexico, and Brazil. And during the same time, what we've seen is this extraordinary rise of a global middle class. Middle class here defined as people that live on a daily income of between $12 and $120, $12 and $120 US per day. Now, this middle class, we don't really pay much attention to it. Instead, we're normally generally pretty obsessed. Well, we worry a lot about the extreme poor, and then we obsess about the rich. The rich are who we talk about all the time: sports, entertainment, media, arts, fashion. And if you want to see the rich in their natural habitat, just look around you the next time you're at an airport. But they only account for 1/10 of the world's population. The world's middle class is now half of the world's population. 2 billion people have been added to this class in this century. And what that means is that Generation Z is the first generation in human history which is more likely than not to lead a middle-class lifestyle or better. They're also less likely to have suffered from death and disease. We've seen malaria death rates come down in their lifetimes by 30%. Progress there has stalled in the last 10 years, but there's a lot of hope, given the new malaria vaccines arriving in Africa, which has the highest burden of that disease. We've made much better progress on AIDS. Deaths there are down by 2/3 since their peak in 2004. We don't really talk much about diarrheal diseases, but they are one of the leading causes of child mortality worldwide. We've managed to reduce deaths there by around 1/2. And tuberculosis, the single biggest killer of people in the world from a single infectious agent. The biggest burden of the disease there isn't in Africa, it's in Asia. And in 2023, deaths down to 1.25 million. That is the lowest number of recorded deaths from TB in human history. As a result, child deaths have halved in 2 generations. So when the first members of Gen Z were born, about 11.2 million children didn't make it to their 14th birthdays. Today, 5.7 million children still die before their 14th birthday. It's a tragedy, but it is also incredible progress. Put this very simply, if you are a young person today, not only are you more likely to have simply survived past 14, but it's also more likely that your brothers and your sisters survived as well. It's the generation with the most access to basic amenities. 1.8 billion people have been added to the electrical grid since 2010. 2.5 billion people have gained access to improved water sources since the year 2000. Most members of Gen Z have access to running water. Over 5 billion people are now online. 5.3 billion people, in fact, on the internet. And in the West, the internet has become synonymous with poor mental health. But for most of the world, it means access to economic opportunity, better information, healthcare. But the most important story of all around Generation Z is that more of them are in school today than any other generation. The number of kids out of school has dropped by 40% since the year 2000. And, crucially, most of those kids are now finishing school. Over here, we can see school completion rates at every single level. About 92% of children finish primary school now, and primary school education is at about gender parity worldwide. 82% of kids get some form of high school, but the real big one here, high school completion. 62% of young people today finish high school, and what we know is that people that finish high school have better life outcomes. They earn 30% more than dropouts. They have better health outcomes because they understand health information, they're able to take it on board, and they're better members of the community, more civically minded, more engaged in the world around them. This is one of the most extraordinary stories in the world. We don't know what it means to have a world where the majority of the population have a high school education. That's never happened in human history. We have no idea what it means for the future. I want to break this down a little bit here, actually, by region. And what you can see is that these high school completion rates have gone up in every region of the world. I want you to pay special attention here to Central and Southern Asia and Eastern and Southeastern Asia. High school completion there has doubled since the year 2000. These are the two most populous regions in the world. And when those kids leave school, and here is the real kicker, the piece of data that you might find the most surprising, most of them are finding a job. The ILO released this data 12 days ago, so this is hot off the press. And what they've found is that global youth unemployment rates have come down to 12.6%. Not only is that the lowest rate this century, it is the lowest rate since the early 1990s. The global unemployment rate is down to 5%. You have to go back to 1991 to find a similar level. Now again, caveats here. There are regional differences. In some parts of the world, Arab states, the Middle East, youth unemployment is going up. The same is also true in East Asia and Southeast Asia. But as a whole, for the world, this idea that Gen Z is struggling, it seems to miss something fundamental. I would go so far as to say it's actually wrong. So why do so many members of the public and why do so many policymakers feel something different? Why do we all have a different narrative around young people today? Well, I would argue that it's because most of us are forming our opinions about the world from the news. And the problem with the news is that the news doesn't tell us what is happening in the world. It tells us what's going wrong in the world. Now, we all know that media organizations have long traded in stories of death, disaster, and division. But in the last 2 decades, it's gotten a lot worse. The competition for attention has meant a race to the bottom. And what you can see over here is a study that looked at 12.7 million headlines from some of the world's major news organizations. And you can see that we have had a significant increase in headlines denoting fear, anger, disgust, catastrophe, conflict. What's really interesting over here is you can see that from about 2008, negativity goes down 3 times as fast. And that's the point at which legacy media has to start competing with social media. Both legacy media and social media know that if you put up a negative headline, people are more likely to click on it. And we also know that people are more likely to share bad news on social media. And so we've entered this kind of death doom loop. In other words, the world hasn't gotten worse, it's just that your access to bad news has gotten better. But that all might sound kind of theoretical, right? So let me just show you what I mean. To do that, I want to go back to a very big news week from 2024. And I want to go back to a week over here in May, one of the biggest news weeks of the year. On the 19th of May, headlines around the world, Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi killed in a helicopter crash. You all remember this story, right? He's lost in the fog in the mountains, helicopter crash, died, no survivors. Massive news story, one of the top 10 news stories according to Google Trends of 2024, reported by 1,720 separate news publications and outlets around the world. That's why you all heard about that story. And then, the only way that that actually got pushed off the front page was 2 days later, Singapore Airlines, Flight 321, on the way from Heathrow to Singapore, to Changi, Singapore, experienced severe turbulence, 74 people injured, 1 person killed. Everyone remembers this story as well, right? Picked up by news organizations everywhere, not quite as big as the Iranian president, but still a massive news story worldwide, shared everywhere on TV, on social media. And then, 6 days later, the World Health Organization and UNICEF released this report. And you know those really dense international organization reports that you just can't read? It's got like huge forewords and executive summaries, and you're fast asleep after the first 5 pages. Well, anyway, if you made it through, what you'll find over here, sorry, there we go. There we go. Around a third of the way through that report, these incredible numbers, a rise of around 10 to 12% for clean drinking water, sanitation, and basic hygiene in schools around the world. What that means in actual numbers, 267 million school children gained access to clean drinking water between 2013 and 2023, 276 million for sanitation, 277 million for hygiene services. It is kind of difficult to get your head around these numbers. So take your mind back to 2013 and see if you can remember what you were doing back then. And now think that every single day since then, on average, 75,000 children, a stadium full of children, gained access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. This is one of the greatest stories I have ever seen. It's definitely the biggest news story of 2024 if you're looking for scale and impact. A new generation, Generation Z, healthier, better access to dignity, single-sex bathrooms. How many news organizations reported that? 0. Not a single news organization in the world reported this story. According to Modern Media Day logic, 270 million children gaining access to clean water is a non-event, but 74 people being thrown around inside an airplane is worth multiple days of our collective attention. Once you know that, once you realize that, maybe that will help you think a little bit differently about Generation Z. This is going to sound banal and obvious, but they hold the key to our collective future. They're the ones that are going to deal with AI and climate change, and they're going to prop up our aging populations. And they are acutely aware of this fact. They know that we're living through a historical reconfiguration of the global order. They understand that there is profound technological disruption coming. But maybe they've got it. Because, according to the data, this is the largest, happiest, wealthiest, healthiest, most diverse, most connected, most educated, and most employable generation in human history. And if we realize that, maybe we can finally realize something even bigger. That our world isn't just an endless series of crises. That while the headlines focus on conflict and catastrophe, beneath that, progress continues quietly in the background. The reason I'm sharing these stories isn't to cancel out the bad news, it's to help us see the world more clearly, to focus on the trend lines and not the headlines, to understand that setbacks don't mean unstoppable decline. The loudest voices don't represent what's actually going on. And sustained human effort can overcome even the biggest of problems, and when we get those solutions, they'll almost never make the front pages. Progress isn't inevitable, and it rarely happens fast enough for those who need it most, but it is real, it is happening, and once you realize that, the future might appear brighter than you ever dared to imagine. Thank you very much.
Dr. Angus Hervey, thank you so much for the food for thought. A little bit of panic setting in, though, about some of that content, because I think the reality is that we have to think differently about how the youth is engaging and what their lived experience is versus what we're talking about. So thank you very much for that. And speaking of young people and what their expectations are and aren't, we have to also acknowledge that at some point in this whole equation, we have to take chances. That they aren't always going to be coming into the world with the experience and the expectations and the skills that we expect to have, but we also can't overlook them. So let's give some more thought on that. And to help us do that, please welcome Kirsti Kaljulaid. She is the former president of Estonia and the president of the Estonian Olympic Committee. A warm welcome for her.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. You know, I really like the name of the conference, Global Labor Market Conference. And I know it actually refers to the conference, this global, but in my brain, it actually is about global labor market. Why is this important? Because, you know, the younger generation, at least in my country, where I come from, they totally refuse to be stuck in their country, in their jobs, in their sector. They want to be totally free, to operate freely on a global labor market, which can easily be done because, you know, with the new technology, yeah, we talk a lot about this, that the technology is taking the jobs away. This is true for the old jobs, but all new technologies, they create far more new jobs, which of course my grandmother would not have considered a job. Most of the jobs, by the way, are really guaranteed to be safe in the future from technologies. Why? Because they put emphasis on human beings being compassionate about other human beings. If you think about the most modern services, like what you see, people having fun on TikTok, somebody is providing a service to someone so that somebody is not feeling alone. See, Facebook, Twitter, they're all about being compassionate human beings to each other. And we, our generation, we really have to understand this. Why? Because otherwise we lose our younger population's attention as governments. Because, you know, governments really like people to have an education, find a job, live in some place, work in another place, pay taxes where they work, get social guarantees where they live. But you know, this generation doesn't do things anymore this way. They do it totally differently. They realize that what they learned at school will not carry them for the next 30, 40, 50 years. They know that they have to move, and they're happy about having to move. So yes, this long, tedious phrase, lifelong learning, doesn't apply to them. They are curious. They want to do varied things, different things, specialize sometimes narrowly. Maybe somebody has a job, has created themselves a job, which is only necessary for 4 companies globally. It doesn't matter anymore that, this job is very scarce. You can sit somewhere and do stuff in another country. Nowadays also for people who speak different language, because of course with AI, this is not an issue anymore. So basically, we, the governments, have to think how to become safe harbors for our citizens, so that they want to settle with us, or at least come back to settle with us, or at least pay some taxes to us. In Estonia, we have created also the opportunity for people who come from other countries and want to enjoy kind of an environment where technology rules all public services online, and you pay taxes online, and you get married online if you wish, and you name your children online, and you put your children to school lists online. Basically, you do everything online. So people who come from heavy administration countries, they feel like they come on a holiday in my country. So they like to come. So we offer them e-residency. So at least, even if they stay, for example, in your country or somewhere else, they can actually work in my country and also pay taxes if they wish in my country. And this is not something which which is only original and only common in my country. Because if you look what is going on in all developed nations, you see loads of people who work independently. What does it mean? They have created themselves a niche outside of the traditional labor market. And I think this is all good. Where is the problem? Well, the problem is if we don't accept that this is how people like to do things nowadays, because then we start to force them back into the old systems. We say, no, 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 you don't get healthcare because you are not working in any company in this country and you're not doing enough hours. Well, but the person is working globally, doing stuff elsewhere, and declaring enough income to be given social guarantees. Why not? We have to get out of our industrial area thinking for our young generation. And this is the only way how we can attract them to stay with us, to pay taxes to us, to educate their children in our schools and in our universities. There is no other way. I hear far too much of a complaint that, we are losing jobs because there is technology. And we don't know what to teach our children because, of course, the technology we know will be Stone Age when they graduate. Well, let's wake up to the new reality. This is how the world nowadays is. But the good thing is, of course, that I know what we need to teach our children. Courage, curiosity, and how to be a compassionate human being. Because this is what cannot be delegated to the machines. The only things which you cannot delegate to the machines. And it's fantastic, because who wants to do a job which is so boring that the machine can do it? Nobody. We leave people free to be human beings for other people. And this is the future of the labor market. And there's nothing to be afraid of. The only thing is we need to make sure that our children realize that they have the necessary skills. Never mind what is the technology, what they are using. They have to know that you don't abuse other person using that technology. That calling people up to kill somebody is not allowed, whichever media you are using for that. This is just a few examples of remaining a compassionate human being, an honest member of society, of a global society nowadays, on a global labor market, and doing the most important job, being a compassionate human being for the other human being there. Nothing to be afraid. Education systems need to adapt, tax systems need to adapt, government needs to change their thinking because our children and grandchildren already have changed their thinking. Thank you for listening.
Kirsty, thank you very, very much. I love that idea that you do everything online, have the babies online, you do everything online. Certainly an interesting way to approach it, but I also think a lot of, once again, food for thought. Because if we are thinking about how we can attract and engage talent, it isn't always just about the physical experience. It's about also what they can do in terms of their skills. Speaking of taking chances and thinking differently, please help me in welcoming our next speaker. Her name is Yvonne Watson, and she is the Executive Dean at the Parsons School of Design.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and I do appreciate that you are here. And so, we are here to discuss a critical challenge that is facing our global workforce. I'm not saying it's a bind, I'm saying it's a conundrum. Because we do have young workers who find themselves as they enter a labor market that is changing. As an educator, I see how the education sector has the opportunity to continue a trajectory of designing and innovating around learning and teaching environments, so that we understand the market portfolio skills that are really currently necessary. It's an environment that our students are graduating into. it's not the world that we necessarily came from, but it is a world that we need to evolve into. However, within this challenge lies an opportunity, not just to bridge gaps, but to reimagine how we develop and nurture emerging talent. I think it's an and proposition. We don't want to throw the baby away with the bathwater. So we know that the current context of our landscape for young people is different. It is complex. And there are certainly some hurdles. Market skills are often differently focused to what we as educators have been traditionally focused on. We know that organizational structures can limit the advancement of opportunities, and that there's a risk of students who graduate getting trapped in informal economies, particularly in emerging markets, or there's a disconnect between the program skills that they have and how those actually bridge to the market need. However, something that I have been mapping and watching at Parsons School of Design are exciting new opportunities that are emerging. Our graduating students, our students are global change makers. They are engaged and interested in the sustainability agenda, making a difference in the world. As the previous speaker spoke and was really describing, what is a Gen Z student. I don't always like to speak in monoliths, and yet there is something that is different about the way that they wish to be engaged and how we can be in engagement with them as well. But I do see these opportunities. And if you look at this particular slide here, what it notes is that there are differences in terms of how many students have entrepreneurial interests. At the point when our students arrive in our institution, I first of all say to them, be kind and generous with your peers, because they may become your future partners, collaborators, or even your employers. And then I say, many of you will work in jobs that don't yet exist, and that we trust, I'm entrusting you, that you'll be the ones creating and designing those roles. This is not just optimistic rhetoric, it is a recognition that our educational institutions must become incubators for innovation, literally spaces where students can throw pasta at the wall to see if it sticks. So the phrase taking a chance on me needs reframing. It's not just about employees taking chances on graduates. It's about graduates taking chances on employers, and both parties embracing the uncertainty and potential of new ways of working. Too often, employees expect graduates to be already baked. Instead, we need to recognize that most valuable skills come from unexpected places. They're the YouTube generation, and they bring digital fluency and creative problem-solving abilities that traditional training doesn't always provide. One of our projects at Parsons, we have students as alumni who identify as entrepreneurs. So you can see the figure is 6,785 students at a point of current counting. And I'm going to share, a couple of things. Let me just move my slides on. In relation to 3 different graduates who didn't wait for permission to innovate. Our first, Shahruz Fashabi, created Designity, the world's first virtual design agency. This was inside a program called eLab, where what we do is we nurture the talent of student entrepreneurs. Alfonso Cobo, who founded Unfold, which was acquired by Squarespace, a mobile app that became a global sensation by helping users create visually stunning Instagram stories. And then Yiji Wang, who created a brand called Advene, circular and traceable slow fashion, self-funded, that raised or made revenue of 1 million within the first year. So these are success stories, and whilst they are exceptional, they actually show us what's possible when we embrace new approaches to creativity and commerce. At our institution, 43% of our students are international. And a large percentage across many of our programs are female, with major representation from China, India, and South Korea. But as we look at emerging markets, particularly in the MENA region, we see enormous untapped potential for innovation in new labor markets. This is where platforms like GLMC become crucial, not only as a conference, but as an international think tank. I think that is, the critical thing that I have been, really experienced whilst I've been here. We need to create frameworks that embrace innovation, sustainability, and cross-collaboration, cross-cultural collaboration. So for me, it is not necessarily about, do we need to find a solution to youth in a bind? It is about taking chances, certainly. It's also about creating new opportunities together. Let's make our educational institutions and workplaces not just spaces of learning, but laboratories for the future of work. We are able, interested, and embracing of different kinds of potential partnerships and collaborations. And I look forward to further opportunities for us to engage with the great content from today and tomorrow. So thank you all very much.
Of design, fantastic, and really helping to set us up for our next topic. And it is actually, ladies and gentlemen, our very last panel session, of course, just for the day, for the GLMC 2025. And what a fabulous topic in terms of a panel session we're going to end on. Very important. Our session title for this one is Wanted, Decent Jobs for Our Youth. And in fact, I think it's fair to say, I could go as far to say it's one of the most important topics, because decent jobs for our next generation. It's very, very important. And let's also be clear that when we do talk about youth in general, we're talking 24 years and younger of working age. So we're still setting up there. So let me just say this, because as youth unemployment and underemployment remain critical global challenges, the demand, certainly the demand for decent jobs for the youth, it is huge and it's growing. And when we say critical global challenges, let us just point out that the ILO, the International Labour Organization, says that global youth unemployment as of August 2024 stood at 13%. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to ask our friends to come up on stage, our panelists, come on up, and then we'll continue with a little bit more. Yeah, give them a round of applause. And I have to say, you guys are all troopers. You've been here all day and you're still going, so I appreciate that. Certainly the organizers do. Jamal, take a seat. Welcome, you guys. I'll introduce our panelists and our friends very shortly, but I was mentioning that 13% youth unemployment by the ILO. That's 65 million young people unemployed. And yes, I think we can say, what I was reading, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong here, that number, that 13%, is about the lowest it's been in about 15 years, but it's still a huge global problem, especially when you compare it to the average global unemployment rate, which stands at 5%, right? So you've got 5%, youth is 13%. It's not acceptable. I will also add that the ILO notes that many young people are NEET, N-E-E-T. That stands for not in employment, education, or training. I mean, the last number, again, maybe Maha, you might know, but the last number I could find was something like 20% of young people are NEET. No job, no education, no training. And sadly and shockingly, 2 out of 3 of these NEETs are female. So in this session, we want to examine the strategies for creating sustainable employment opportunities that offer fair wages, security, as well as growth prospects for the younger generation, from vocational training and entrepreneurship programs to public-private partnerships and digital economy initiatives. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce our panel, our esteemed panel. Right next to me, Jamal Al-Kishi, the big boss, the CEO for the Middle East and Africa at Deutsche Bank AG. So, the big bank of the boss in the region. And Jamal oversees everything from business development, client relationship management, to governance and risk management. So welcome to you, Jamal. We have Her Excellency, Maha Abdul Hamid Mahfiz, the big boss, the CEO of Tamkeen. Now, when I looked at Tamkeen, and you acknowledge this, that maybe not a lot of people, or many people would know it, but Tamkeen was launched in 2006. It's a labor fund, correct? Yeah. With a mission to empower the private sector to drive economic growth in the Kingdom of Bahrain by providing programs and support for enterprises and individuals. Maha, she was appointed the big boss by a royal decree, nonetheless, in 2022. So welcome to you, of course, Maha. We've got Mayank Patel, Senior Vice President and Head of Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa for Adecco. Of course, Adecco, one of the world's leading recruitment agencies. In fact, world's second largest human resources provider and temporary staffing firm. And last but certainly not least, down the end there, Will Straw, the CEO of King's Trust International. I know, Will, you'll talk about that, but King's Trust International, again, if you haven't heard, offers programs operating in some 25 countries, supporting approximately 100,000 young people every year to gain core skills, find decent work, or at least establish their own business. And you basically lead that work in delivering education, employability, and entrepreneurship programs to these young people in those many, many countries worldwide. So welcome, my friends. Okay, clock's ticking, let's get cracking. I think it's important to start with, because I'm curious myself. I'm an old bloke. I look a lot older than I am, by the way. I just want to admit that. What defines the perfect and decent job for these young people? I'm kind of wondering, what are their expectations? Let's go with ladies first.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for the introduction. First of all, salam alaikum. I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel. And it's lovely to be in beautiful Riyadh, discussing a subject that is very close to what we do every day. So I think the expectation of youth differs maybe from region to region, I would say, but they have a different expectation than maybe 20 years back. However, and if I may, I think today government plays a crucial role in skills development, in preparing talent, in creating skills framework, and as well supporting training, education, and delivering that as well. Just to give a bit of example, in 2024, as an organization, we have supported the local talent. We have supported more than 10,000 skilled training in Bahrain, and mainly focused on ICT and healthcare and other specialized skills. And these are the skills that the youth are looking for.
They want, though, this is the particular skills they want.
Specifically ICT.
Yeah. Right.
Specifically ICT. And globally, there are maybe many models. Countries and regions would have different models. Yeah. But when it comes to Bahrain and the model that we have adopted and applied, we had a model that is focused on 3 key pillars. We've looked at data and the industry. We've looked at partnership and creating interventions. We've also looked at creating impact in the labor market.
Okay. Can I, Jamal, can I just ask you this? Maha said that expectations can vary. Mm-hmm. In Saudi, what do you see as what these young'uns, as I call them, what these young'uns expect?
Well, first of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and thank you very much for inviting me to this important session. Beyond what Maha alluded to, which I think are very relevant aspects to this, I think most of the people that we talk to today, seeking jobs and proper employment, look for roles that go beyond themselves. Look for causes that are bigger than themselves. People are passionate about certain causes, including the environment, right, social development, service of country, and we are blessed to be in a country that espoused a vision and a set of ambitions that are unmatched globally, not to my knowledge anyway. And when I talk to young people, which I do at times, not as much as I'd love to, but I talk to young people, I see in them a desire to go beyond what we as young people were aiming to achieve: a good job, a good salary, perhaps health coverage, this and that. They're talking about some causes that go beyond, well beyond who they are, which is gratifying as far as I'm concerned.
Gratifying?
Yes.
Yeah. Ah, that's interesting, because I was going to ask, I'm going to bring something up on that. Will, can I ask you, what do you think, you deal with all of these, hundreds of thousands a year, what defines, just briefly if we can, because there's so much to talk about, I'm scared to keep looking at that clock, what defines the perfect and decent job?
So we survey young people every year to understand their attitudes to the workplace and the future of work. And what we hear is that in terms of decent jobs that young people want, there are 2 main attributes. One is dignity, the other is agency. By dignity, I mean a fair wage for a fair day's work, but also being treated well in the workplace, having managers and employers who respect them, will listen to their feedback. And then on terms of agency, it's about having control in how you do your job within the objectives that you've been set to achieve, and being able to bring your own innovation. I think young people also, not for everyone, but in many instances, want opportunity. We sometimes talk about the A, B, C, D: a job, a better job, a career job, a dream job. So that idea of being able to progress through those different stages. Unfortunately, young people face gaps, and perhaps we'll come on to that.
Yeah,
the skills gap, the jobs gap, the experience.
Because that's a lot of gaps I was noticing. Yeah. Mayank, that's interesting, a career job. Do you think a company can expect the loyalty that has always been typically in the past? Can they expect that from the younger generation?
I don't think so. That is the future, because I think you are asking what is a dream job for the young youth. I think for them, job is not about longevity. It's not about 10 years in a company. It's about purpose, what I am going to learn, what I am going to give back to the company. Is a very fast-paced growth. Okay, so I don't remember I would have gone to my boss before 3 years to ask a promotion. But today, generation, after 6 months, 1 appreciation, that's my growth. Okay, so I think we need to adapt to this, that the dream job for them is going to be
short-lived, high impact, high learning, and faster price growth.
Yeah. Okay, since you touched on it, I was going to bring this up later, and I thought, oh, is that a negative? I'm not too sure. But you mentioned gratified, Jamal, right? So, and I've experienced this at the BBC when these young ones come in, and I'm not the only one who says this. So I want to throw this out, whoever wants to pick it up. I don't know if there is a problem that this younger generation just come with this almost expectation, and it's this instant gratitude. You said, I've been here 6 months. Why aren't I the CEO kind of thing? And you just go, because you gotta work a little harder and build up your skill set. I don't know. Is that an issue or not? Or am I just being an old grump?
I think it's an issue in some countries' context. I don't think it's an issue everywhere. I think a lot of it comes down to this point about agency. So from our experience, having a dialogue with young people, being able to and willing to listen to their point of view, but also, when necessary, presenting back that taken on board what they've said, considered it in the round, and these are the reasons why you might not be able to take it forward. Or alternatively, it's a brilliant idea, it's an innovation, perhaps we should look at it. But I think it's an expectation of dialogue, not necessarily of being able to be the CEO and run the company. And I think the trap that too many fall into is saying, sort of, know your place. We don't want to hear your voice. Actually, the expectation is that the voice will be heard, even if the ideas aren't acted upon.
Jamal, can I ask you this? Have you seen sorry, did someone want, no?
No, it's me. I just wanted to comment on,
yes, please.
On your question. I actually, despite some widely held thoughts that younger people feel entitled, they don't want to work, I've never seen a generation more ambitious, more dedicated, more focused on success, and more entrepreneurial. So I understand where the stereotypes came from. That's not what I'm seeing.
Okay.
I'm seeing a lot of young, driven, ambitious, entrepreneurial people.
Should I leave now then? Is that what you want me to go? I despise that.
That's not the purpose.
I despise it.
They're better than us. They're better than us.
Okay.
Aaron.
Okay.
And if
growing up. They're better than us growing up. That's all I could say.
And if I may add as well to Jamal, absolutely, he's absolutely right. But they're very well educated as well. They're educated, the young generation. And let's not forget about the penetration of technology and how it is affecting everything we do. It has disrupted labor market and the way things work. So they rely to get an information. I mean, everything is just in a few steps next to them. So they can access data, access information easily. So it's a complete different shift in the labor market
and
as well.
Just briefly, dedicated to what? Because, as Mayank said, maybe not dedicated. This loyalty doesn't really exist nowadays, and I don't blame them in that sense. It's maybe a couple of years and let's go on to another company.
Oh, definitely. No, what I said, they're educated.
Right.
I mean, they're very well educated. So if you compare
you said educated. So I'm having problems hearing with this earpiece in my ear. I'm also, not only am I old, I'm going deaf as well. But Mark, can I just ask you this before we get on to solutions and initiatives? I mentioned that the NEET, 2 out of 3 are women. Where is that disconnect, do you think? I can't imagine that being in this region.
So I think the government, again, I mean, they play a huge and crucial role in education and providing frameworks, training opportunities to the talent. And I understand when it comes to, there are people that are underserved globally, and you would see there is a bigger gap when it comes between supply and demand in these regions. But speaking about the region, and specifically maybe I can give more examples about Bahrain and Tamkeen model. So what we have done, we work on a model that is driven by data, that is driven by creating partnerships and having proper training programs to prepare talent and as well creating impact.
Okay.
So just to looking at that, and I would like to give maybe an example of the ICT sector in specific and what we have done
Briefly,
there.
if you can, yeah.
Yes. Sure. So what we have done, when data and the industry had informed us that there is a global shortage in the ICT sector, and not only in Bahrain. And what we have done, we've created partnerships with world-leading tech academies and organization. And this is part of, we wanted to create a pipeline of tech talent because the data shows that these are mid to high paid jobs and value jobs.
Yeah.
And they are also cross-sectoral. So what we have done, we've been, in the past 3 years, we've been training local talent in thousands, mainly on specialized skills on tech, software engineering, coding, full stack development, UX, UI, data analytics. And this has really positioned Bahrain well when it comes to positioning it as a hub for tech talent. It also supported us in attracting FDIs to the country. If I may give an example, we have today Citibank have created a tech hub in Bahrain and creating coders jobs for the local talent in thousands.
Okay.
And maybe another example is JP Morgan as well, created a tech hub in Bahrain, hiring technologists from locally. And this is the impact that we are looking for.
Let me ask Will, again, if we can, just very briefly. You mentioned the three challenges, right? You know, the skills gap, jobs gap, experience gap. As I said, a lot of gaps. Let's talk about solutions. How do you go about fixing that?
Well, in terms of the skills gap, what we found is that right around the world, young people are unprepared for work. So whether they followed an academic route or vocational training, they don't actually, in many cases, have the skills that you need to be ready for work. Right. What the International Labour Organization calls core skills. So social and emotional learning, the self-confidence, the communication skills, problem solving, some of the digital skills and green skills as well. So we have to focus on that area, as the King's Trust does. Secondly, in terms of the jobs gap, in many parts of the world, we know there's this huge demographic challenge. There are jobs available, but the employers are complaining they can't find work-ready youth, hence helping young people to prepare. But we must also help more young people to set up their own businesses and move from being job seekers to job creators. Finally, the experience gap. A lot of young people complain that they can't get a job because they lack experience, but they can't get experience because they don't have a job. So how do you break that cycle? Well, you have to have paid job placements and other ways of getting young people into the labour market and having employers take a chance on young people so they can prove themselves.
And Mike, and then what else can companies do, I guess, to create an environment, right, where young workers are I guess they're thriving and they feel inspired?
So I think, so first of all, if you see an organization like us as ADECO, the only source of our future is people, correct? So if you have talented people, is the future of our company. So what 2-3 things can be done better is that in some of the global markets where we see that this is working fantastic is the apprenticeship model, okay, where there is a public-private partnership. You know, you are giving the experience without a financial burden. And then this issue which Will was trying to say, that you don't have an experience, you know, you don't have a job, or you don't have a job and you don't have experience. So I think apprenticeship model is a very well-established, successful model. Second, I would say that it's a joint responsibility, and I think it is not only about government, but also the private sector, the government, and in many large countries, organization like us, because we are one of the largest private employers, okay, we create employment in this. We all three carry a responsibility that we start looking of skilling from a future perspective, that what are the future skills, and go to the universities in the last semester and give them those training, so that the talent is coming out where there is a need, because otherwise our educational curriculum were very prototype, okay, and it was not sufficing the market. So I think these are the couple of things which we can do together.
Jamal, can I come back to you and talk just again briefly, as you can see the clock there, talk about the wonderful country we're sitting in, because Saudi Arabia, it's invested, right? Let's be frank, a great deal in its youth, sending them to schools all around the world. Should that be continued? I mean, is it deemed enough, or should it even be expanded?
I have to first say that I am a recipient of that generosity myself.
Oh, really?
Having been sent as a child to the US for my education. I believe it is perhaps one of the best initiatives undertaken by the kingdom is to send our youth to schools abroad, the West and the East now, which is fantastic. I think it should be continued, expanded, accelerated. But also, I take this opportunity being here in this wonderful conference, because this is very relevant to it, to call upon our government to actually add what I would call maybe education 2.0 to the sending of the scholarship programs that were sponsored by the government. Let's now take our engineers, our accountants, our finance people, our HR people, and take them to work in countries where we require a bit of exposure to best practice, develop technology, know-how, work ethic, cultural aspects that are relevant to our progress, and companies abroad, global companies that actually do business in Saudi Arabia and then in the region, will have a major, major interest in actually cultivating that cross exchange of talent. So Saudis and people from the region here going and working with those companies in their countries, it's okay to even subsidize the cost for the government of Saudi Arabia on the basis and the premise that these guys will come back and be able to contribute to our journey in a more meaningful way.
And just briefly on this subject, I mean, you deal with all those countries I mentioned, Will, right? So you deal globally. We just mentioned Saudi. I mean, do you see some countries out there doing it right, doing it better than others?
Well, one of the most rewarding things about my job is the opportunity to see different examples of labour market policies and core skills policies in different countries around the world. So it's fantastic to see what is happening here in Saudi Arabia. I think one of the interesting things is moving from a supply-driven approach to a demand-driven approach, meaning it's not just about churning young people to get qualifications. It's about thinking about what the economy actually needs now and in the future. And that's what we're looking for, understanding about the digital revolution, the climate revolution, what that's going to mean for the jobs of the future, preparing those young people, but critically, not just with the vocational and technical skills, but also with that social and emotional learning, the confidence, the reliability, the punctuality, the teamwork that they need to work in the world.
We've got 40 seconds left. The topic is wanted decent jobs for our youth. In 2 years' time, will there be more decent jobs for our youth?
100%.
100%.
Definitely.
Definitely.
200%.
Is there such a thing?
The question is, are there enough? And that's why entrepreneurship is so important, helping young people to set up their own businesses, and why we have to understand how the technologies of the future are going to change labour markets. Of course, some jobs will go, others will be created. And if we can understand that, then we can find decent work for youth.
And just a quick point to Will, Aaron, is that I think we need to start accepting that today's youth, okay, is not looking employment as a regional or a country employment. I think the global workforce is becoming a global market. So they are more aspiring to learn what is happening in, let's say, in Germany or in Japan, and go and experience on their own and then come back and implement in the countries. So I think more and more the global opportunities will come. That's the dream job for today's youth.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Jamal, Maya, Mayank, and Will, a real pleasure. You can go that way while we strip the stage again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See, we could have spoken for easily another half an hour. But thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that kind of sums it up. Very positive, aren't they? I mean, the youth of, if you look at some of the summary points, the youth of today, they look beyond their traditional job and they focus on what really and truly matters to them. They want to know, as Mayank said, they want to know the value creation in their role and how their work can lead to, well, bigger impact in an organization. So that's what the youth want. What else? They prioritize, especially Gen Z, a sense of purpose. And they also, well, bridge the gap between the need to stay competitive and aspirations. That's what businesses need to do, so they can keep these aspirations for the younger workforce. And of course, as we know, bridging the gap, it does require some bold strategies that resonate with the youth's vision for their careers and what they want to know. So, the stage is clear. It is with great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, that I get to welcome to the stage Silvina Machini, the big boss, the CEO at Unicorns, who's going to talk to you about the future of work is female. I've done my day. Thank you very much. It has been lovely to be here. Thank you.
Salam alaikum, and thank you everyone for staying here so late. I have a big challenge here. It's late, I'm the last speaker, so I will do everything possible to make you smile, to make you think, and also to get you moving from your chair a little bit. So, let me ask you something. Do you recognize this lady? Or this lady? Any yes or no? Yes? I knew the guys will know it. And this lady? And what do you think these three ladies have in common? Come on, one answer. Music is one. What else? Hopefully, that's a hope. I hope you have them too. The answer is money. All these three ladies changed the narrative through pop art about women, power, and money. Shakira saying that women don't cry, they make money. Karol G saying that she will make money as a sport. And Miley Cyrus saying that she can buy herself flowers. I hope that you remember now. And also think of how this statement through pop music is changing a reality that we are living today. A reality in which we will see a lot of positive change in the world, thanks to the fact that women are now contributing more than ever to the economy and to the impact. And we are living a time of massive disruption. A change that is happening not only for technology, but because of technology. You probably remember not so long ago, we lived through a pandemic. The pandemic for many people will be like a black swan event, but a black swan event dramatically changed the way we live, the way we work, and the way that we connect and create things. This disruption and this transformation is led by change, and it's a revolution, but a silent revolution, that it has a massive impact in the life of women. And it's something that we have seen happening for quite a long time, but particularly in this beautiful country that I have the opportunity to visit over 20 times, it has been massively accelerated. If you remember this movie, Hidden Figures, this movie was about scientists and computer geniuses, women who put men on the moon. At that time, over 70 years ago, women were not even a part of the workspace. And much has changed in this silent revolution that changed the rules of engagement and changed the role of women in the economy. And Saudi Arabia is the unexpected chart topper in many different things. Women have 50% of advanced degrees. That makes it one of the countries that have a female potential workforce with the highest degree of education. And not only that, women in STEM in Saudi Arabia accomplish more than 38% of the degrees. That makes them amazing potential entrepreneurs, something that it's an example for the rest of the world. But also, if you look at the women building businesses, 40% of Saudi women run small and medium businesses. They are not talking about money, they are actually making money. And this is something that it happens thanks to the vision of His Highness, MBS, to transform the economy, to bring women into the workspace. And in this context, there is something that is happening as well, which is a massive wealth transfer. Why? Because baby boomers are now getting into an age that will soon move to the other side. They will die. And this money that they are leaving will be transferred to their kids, but first to their wives, because women live 5 to 8 years longer than men. So what happened now? Women will inherit a lot of money. So these women are training themselves and are being trained into wealth management. And the way women invest is completely different than the way that male invest. Women invest more with purpose, invest more in community. And sadly, despite that, despite high level of education, despite the number of women that are building businesses, only 2% of the capital, venture capital, goes into women, despite the fact that when women run businesses, they represent 20% of better return on profits. So the economy and the maths doesn't add up, and this is something that we need to change. And we can change that. I am an entrepreneur, and I became the first Latin American woman to take my company to $1 billion valuation using crowdfinancing. And I did it just because of something that one of my mentors once told me, Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google. He said, scarcity breeds clarity. And scarcity is something that we are very, very much aware in Latin America. I'm Argentinian, by the way. And because of my dad, an amazing man who once told me that I could be whatever I wanted to be. But if I wanted to be a princess, I need to be a princess that built her own castle. He taught me about financial independence, and I made my living about helping other women to reach financial independence.
صار بإمكانك متابعة سير العمل لحظة بلحظة مع جميع الموظفين والمقاولين المحليين والأجانب. نوفر لك في شفافية الأعمال خاصية مراقبة العمل من خلال أداة تعقب الوقت التي تقوم بمتابعة الأنشطة التي يقوم.
And I won't bore you with many details, but this is one of the companies that I founded. And when I say Saudi Arabia is way ahead of the world in many things, this is one example. In 2016, I developed a company called Transparent Business, a company that develops a software to manage remote teams. Long before the pandemic, Saudi Arabia was my first client that used the technology to deploy the program Telework Saudi, way ahead of the curve, way ahead of the technology, and way ahead of the pandemic and the world. So when I started working on this program, I saw a massive opportunity, the opportunity to get women into the workforce, because 51% of the women leave the workforce around the world for lack of flexibility. But if we think that the work can be computer-based, there is no reason to have women leaving their kids and going to an office. So I developed this technology. And after this technology, I developed a platform called SheWorks that brought women into this platform. We pre-qualify them, we train them, and we put them into the platform so companies can hire them. But my mission with that didn't start in getting women employed in the traditional way, by being hired as an employee or as a freelancer or for a job sharing. The world of work is changing, and making money through a job is just one of the ways in which one person can make a living. There is also entrepreneurship, and there is also the investment opportunities. So I developed SheWorks for that, and then I developed something that hopefully will come soon to Saudi Arabia, and this is it.
Right place.
Unicorn Hunters is an innovative business show that created a new genre, enrichtainment.
One technology to solve all the problems of climate change all over the planet.
What I'm holding here has the potential to help save 10 million lives.
You decide if you want to bet on their success.
The only consideration was, why aren't you already a unicorn?
So it's game time. Who's with me?
I kind of love this womenkind world domination thing going on.
If you're Superman, I'm glad I wore my cape today. I'm in. Unicorn Hunter.
The Unicorn Hunters.
Unicorn Hunters is looking for that next
billion-dollar business.
I believe in you, and I need you to have some unicorns to get you to the next level, so I'm a yes.
Let the hunt begin.
So we brought together celebrities, policymakers, famous people, experts, investors, and entrepreneurs to invite entrepreneurs from all over the world to pitch their ideas and have people from the global audience putting their money where their mouth was, helping them to raise capital so they can become the next unicorns. We launched the first season with a massive success, over 300 million viewers around the world, and now we are getting ready to launch this program in Saudi Arabia. As you could see, we have the co-founder of Apple, we have the former Speaker of the House of the UK, we have also a former treasurer of the US, and the combination of all these people give a perspective that represent an evaluation for those that are in their house and have the opportunity to put their money to invest in the companies that have the potential to change the world. We are aligning all of this with the goals of Saudi Vision 2030 to bring entrepreneurs to Saudi Arabia, but more importantly, to showcase Saudi and regional entrepreneurs to the world. So the world will know what is going on, what is happening, and what happened to the economy when you connect the dots between the talent and the opportunity. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Goodness, what a day, what a day. Can you believe we've come to the end of day one of the GLMC, the 2025 edition? Goodness, I have to say, I was sitting backstage and I was thinking about all the things that had challenged me, that had made me think a little bit differently, that had made me wonder what I would do in certain circumstances. And I think there's been plenty of that. So we are going to let you go and have some dinner, have a glass of water, just relax and absorb and digest it all. And then we're going to ask you to come back again tomorrow for the second day of this year's edition, when we will continue to explore how and what is the best way in which we can build the world of work. So to you, I'm going to wish a very good evening, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good night.